The National Anthem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, we are pleased to welcome you to the opening of the 21st International Learning and Technology Conference, titled Reality and Science Fiction in Education. From Star Wars to Ender's Game, science fiction stories have captivated audience worldwide with their imaginative portrayals of a future filled with advanced technology and innovative approaches to education. These tales often explore themes such as mentorship, self-discovery, the balance between good and civil, the use of artificial intelligence, space exploration, education in virtual reality environments, human consciousness and ethical considerations, and the potential dangers of advanced technology. The general aim of this conference is to be a meeting point for specialists to explore the intersections of science fiction and the future of learning. This conference will bring together decision makers, academics, scientists, practitioners, professionals, and top keynote speakers to stimulate discussions on the potential development on education inspired by science fiction. We would like to begin this event with a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى
صدق الله العظيم. Your Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, Dr. Haifa Rida Jamal Al-Lail, President of Effat University, respected guests, dear faculty and staff, I wish to welcome Dr. Akila Sarirat, Dean of Effat College of Engineering at Effat University and L&T 2024 Conference Chair to give her welcome address.
Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear me? أهلا وسهلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وآله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, our beloved President Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail, President of Effat University, respected guests, Your Excellency Muhammad Al-Suwayl, our keynote speakers, our invited speakers, our students, our invited schools, I would like to welcome you all to the 21st LNT conference. This year, the theme of the conference, a little bit provoking. The theme is around, as you see, reality and science fiction in education. To commence our journey in these two fascinating themes, I am privileged to share a special message from our President, Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail. So I would like really to thank her. So let's us welcome Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail.
It is with pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the 21st Learning and Technology International Conference. This annual gathering has evolved into a beacon of innovation, and this year we delve into the captivating theme of reality and science fiction in education. Globally, the landscape of education is evolving, and Saudi Arabia stands at the forefront of this transformation. With investments in blockchain and emerging technologies, including the metaverse, the kingdom is poised to play a pivotal role in shaping the future. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers who generously share their insights, the sponsors who support this event, and the dedicated organizing team led by the conference chair, Dr. Akila Sarirete. Your collective contributions make this conference a success year after year. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your invaluable contributions, and I wish you a day filled with enlightening discussions and enjoyable experiences at this year's Learning and Technology International Conference.
Thank you, Dr. Haifa. So this was Dr. Haifa's speech. Actually, welcome address. We would really thank her for this, and I would like to thank my son, Yunus Brahimi, for generating this AI video. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. So I just have a short presentation to show you a little bit of the highlights of last year's conference and this year's conference. So let's see what have we done. Ms. Junaida. It's working? Yes. Do you see it? It's not showing. Where is it? Dr. Zain, it's not showing. So this is a picture that we took last year in the LNT conference. MashaAllah, we had a very good, successful conference. We had 215 on-campus attendees with 1,000 virtual attendees in the conference from 15 different countries and 4 continents. We received last year 52 papers, 36 papers were accepted, and all of them are available in IEEE Explorer and Scopus. For this year, let's see what we have. We have keynote speeches. The first keynote is delivered by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Suwail. You will see it in just a few minutes. We have Professor Al-Hadi Aggoon. We have Professor Mazhar Ali Bari and Engineer Yasser Bahjat. After the keynote speech, we will have a panel discussion led by Dr. Adil Ilahi, and the panel will be as follows: Engineer Yasser, Dr. Reem Turki, Dr. Mohammed Suwail, Dr. Mazhar Bari, and Hadi Aggoon. This year, we are really delighted to have the Ideathon competition from the High School of Jeddah. We had around 24 schools with 39 teams. More than 100 students participated in the competition, and you can see it after the panel and after the keynotes in the exhibition hall. Very nice ideas, out-of-the-box ideas. Dr. Fida can give us later a small introduction about what happened in the hall and the exhibition. After that, you have to wait for the stand-up comedian, Mahmoud Adri. So let's wait for him. And this is the paper presentations session. So we will have, in the afternoon today, we'll have two parallel sessions, actually three parallel sessions. One face-to-face session here, and two in the seminar room and in the Effat library here. Okay, so I really would like to have people attend because we have very nice papers. And we received this year, I forgot to say that, we received 112 papers. And we shortlisted 75 papers, and mashallah, all the papers were reviewed, and very nice themes and topics. The workshops, we will have 3 workshops tomorrow, inshallah. We have one workshop done by our students and Dr. Pasent Al-Kafrawi about ChatGPT. So the attendees will do their own GPT. They will create their own GPT in the lab. We'll have also another workshop sponsored by Smart Methods, which is about the robotics and artificial intelligence. Another workshop with our engineer Makarim. She will do a drone technology workshop as well. And I would like to thank our committees. We had people working very hard day and night for maybe 6 months. I would like first to thank Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail, Dr. Mervet, Dr. Mahdi as a steering committee for the conference. Also Dr. Pasent and Dr. Musa. They did a great job in the scientific committee. We have a lot of reviewers from Effat, from Jeddah, from all over the world. So I would like really to thank these people. Of course, Dr. Zain Belfaqih, our program chair, Dr. Tayyib and Dr. Anfal, and also the IEEE Relations and the Proceeding Chair, Dr. Pasent. We have very good relation now with IEEE, and we are really proud of it. So all our papers will be published in our IEEE proceedings on Scopus. This is very good for research, for Effat, and for our colleagues from different countries and from different universities. Of course, I would like to thank our coordinator, Ms. Najla Kota. She is the one who handled all the logistics. I would like to thank the maintenance team. I would like to thank also the technical team and everyone. I will not be able to state all the names, but I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to welcome you to the conference, and I'm 100% sure that you will be happy and you will enjoy it. Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you. Of course, these are our sponsors, okay? So these are very important also. Thank you. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome and introduce our keynote speaker, His Excellence Dr. Mohammed Al-Suwail. Dr. Al-Suwail is a prominent figure in Saudi Arabia, holding various leadership positions. He has served as a professor, dean, and minister of telecommunications and information technology. Dr. Al-Suwail's career includes being a member of the Board of Economic Affairs and Development, chairman of the Board of Directors of Communication and Information Technology Commission, and Communication and Information chairman of the Board of Directors of the Saudi Postal Corporation. He earned his bachelor's degree in general engineering in 1972, followed by a master's degree in 1975 and a PhD in computer science from the University of Southern California in 1979. Please welcome His Excellence Dr. Mohammed Al-Suwail.
شكرا جزيلا. قدرت تحملها ها؟ اوكي فاينلي. فول سكرين. كيف هذه فيها حركة؟ كيف احركها؟ ممكن بهذه اذا حابين او بالمسافة. ايه ها. نرجع شوي. اوكي بس ابغى احرك هذه. اوكي خلاص. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين صاحبة السمو الملكي الفاضل الدكتورة هيفاء، الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الواقع أنا تشرفت كثيرا بهذه الدعوة، ويسرني أن أكون هنا ألقي شيء عن الساينس فيكشن. أوكي، نرجع للإنجليزي صح؟ I was deeply honored to be invited here talk to you a little bit about science fiction in education. But while we were waiting, I discovered a colleague here, Mr. Bahjat, who's really more qualified to talk about this than I am. So will you allow me to do this and you correct me? Now, science fiction is a great tool. You see this moving slide. I asked one of my daughters to give me a slide for the theme. So she said that it's probably appropriate to see the kingdom growing out of sand dunes to be what it is now. It is more like science fiction, but it is reality. What I will talk about, I'll do a brief introduction and a brief history. I always like to talk about the history because it puts things in perspective. And then science fiction in the Eastern civilizations to correct a misconception we have here that science fiction started with the West. I'll show you it didn't. But science fiction in the classroom, an example to put things that come in perspective. And as science fiction as a strategy in education, and final thoughts. Introduction, science fiction, when we define it, I find it very hard to define. A precise definition is still debated. I will show you in the next slide why there is a debate about the science fiction definition. But a simple definition from Wikipedia is more like we call it fast food of the Google. It says it is an advanced, it is a fiction literature that provokes imagination and deals with futuristic concepts. Most of the time we talk about the future, such as advanced science technology, space exploration, time travel, parallel universe, extraterrestrial life. And the diagram shows you that science fiction is a subset, a part of the larger literature. But in this definition, I haven't seen science fiction of people looking at us, except one. You correct me if I'm wrong. There was a very brief science fiction story that somebody from Mars came to Earth, and he described us as little insects, with my respects. Eventually, at the end of the story, he discovered that the insects were the cars, not the human beings. We were just less than an insect. But it is good to see science fiction of people looking at us, not only we look at them. Now, fantasy is very close to science fiction, and we have to differentiate a little bit between them. Probably one of the best differences I found is that science fiction deals with unlikely possibilities, that it is possible, but very, very unlikely. It may not happen, it may happen. While fantasy deals with the conceivable impossibilities. Fantasy is impossible to happen, but we can conceive of it, we can think about it. Therefore, science fiction books take the reader to the world of unlikely possible vision. Something that can happen, but very low probability. However, low probabilities can happen. While fantasy books take the reader to the world of the impossible, very exaggerated fancy. I have a picture for you here. You see 6 pictures. What is in common between these? I'll show you what's in common. We talked with Bahjat about this, that there are science fiction ideas that became reality. And I will just briefly mention 6 of them. Star Trek in 1966 talked about mobile phones. And they happened. We have now mobile phones. Star Wars 87 talked about 3D hologram. Now we have holograms. You have seen probably large gatherings where they project Kulthum or somebody famous who's dead, but you have that hologram of him. Jetsons, by the way, I am a fan of cartoons. Jetsons is one of my favorites. Not as favorite as Flintstones, but it comes close. Jetsons, if you remember, they have a mate, a robot mate. It's called Rosie. That was in 62. Now we have robot mates. The closest one I see, in an approximate way, is in the lounges in Jeddah airport. They have more or less like a lounge, a maid that comes and brings coffee, tea, or something. Asimov, and he's really one of my favorite science fiction writers, he talked about autonomous cars. Now we have autonomous cars, but he talked about it. He started writing in 1940, but I think he talked about autonomous cars in 1960. Dick Tracy, if you remember that little cartoon, in 46, he talked about smartwatches. He had a smartwatch. Look at the cartoons, you can see it there. Space Odyssey video calls, and we have them now. So these are science fiction ideas that became reality. Go back to the definition, they talk about low probability events, but they happened. This is science fiction. The brief history, when you thankfully invited me, I had to dig deeper in where it started. Most of us started reading when we were children. For me, it was a long time ago, about science fiction coming from the West. Asimov is one of them, and so on. Now, there are two theories about the origins of science fiction. One theory says it started with Sumerians, the classic of Gilgamesh. Some of you may know Gilgamesh. However, this theory is rather weak, very weak. Another theory is that science fiction only came into being on the 17th to 19th century with the writings of the European science fiction authors. I underlined this, that I think this theory is Eurocentric. Like many sciences you have here, they are West-centric, Eurocentric. They say West did this and that. Actually, it happened first somewhere before the West talked about it. Science fiction is one of them. Some of the early examples of science fiction in the Western literature, not at large, in the 19th and 20th century, you have Frankenstein, you probably read him, and H.G. Wells, The Time Machine, robots. These are very nice, and I used to enjoy them when I was young. However, science fiction started in Asia much earlier, and this is what I would like the message to get across, that it happened in the East, not in the West. When did science fiction happen? Let's talk about flying gadgets, space travel. When did it happen? It did not happen with H.G. Wells. It happened, may come surprise to you, in the East. It did not happen in Europe or the West. It happened in Indian, Chinese, Japanese, and medieval Arabic civilizations. The tales, I'll start with the Indian, time-wise, and the graph on the left. The Indians, I have a picture, I will tell you about it a little bit. And the one on the left about the Chinese, I did not find a Chinese representative of science fiction. So I asked the AI chatbots, Bing, or I tell him, give me your concept of the early Chinese science fiction. And this is what he did. I think it's acceptable. In the Indian, there is a very old book called Mahabharata. It contains descriptions of flying machines called Vimanas. And they were made of metal, powered by various power sources. And Vimanas can change their shape. They have mass destruction weapons, and you thankfully arranged transportation for me. So I asked the driver where he's from. He said, from India. I said, does Vimana make sense to me? He thought, yes. Viman means flying. So Hindus, before BC, 400 years BC, started about this. And this Indian guy still has the Vimana in Hindu, not in all languages. In the Chinese, the Liezi is a collection of stories written on the 4th century. So 4th century before Christ and 4th century after Christ definitely happened before the European science fiction tales we talk about. One of it has many stories, one inventing a flying machine, but after I prepared this and on the plane I read about a Chinese engineer around the time, 4th century. He designed a mechanical robot that looks like a human being. Remember, this was many years ago, before the West. And he presented it to his king at the time. The king really liked it. But when he opened this robot, the king did not like it. However, we're interested in the idea. There was an idea of a robot 400 years after Christ. I come to at least my favorite, hopefully your favorite, science fiction literature in medieval Arabic. You're all familiar with Alf Layla wa Layla, Arabian Nights. We have the flying horse, we have flying carpet, we have Ala ad-Din, Misbah al-Sihri la Ala ad-Din magic lamp. Before I go to these examples, I would like to say that science fiction novel, to be a real respected science fiction, it has to have elements of advanced technology and elements of space-time. We're used to this. But I don't think the second condition is a necessity. However, science fiction has to have some advanced technology. Some of the Western historians, they say, okay, but you have these old Arab stories, they have no science basis. Well, let me remind you that the Arabic science discoveries in astronomy, physics, chemistry were in the 9th to 11th century, before Alf Layla wa Layla was written, or at the same time. And remember Abbas bin Firnas, he tried to fly, it was at this time. So if any historian say there is no science content in the medieval Arabic science fiction, it's not true. They have some science. Just more example, we have flying carpets. This is, in our terms today in science, is anti-gravity objects. And flying horse, Ala ad-Din story is full of these. However, one of my favorites is the adventures of Baluqia. This is in Alf Layla wa Layla. I forgot which night, it's probably 92 or so. But Baluqia had a respect for Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, and he wanted to fly in time back to his days. So this is a time machine. He was really looking for a time machine, which is a concept you found in H.G. Wells' tales much later. Sindbad discovered unknown territories, so it's like he's going to alien lands. A final point I found when I prepared for this is that the Arabian Nights influenced a lot of science fiction in the West. It's not the other way. Let me just start into this education part. Imagine in your classroom, I apologize from our physicist friends. I like physics. Okay. But in our physics class, when we start, they say an object moves from point A to B. They give you the speed and calculate the acceleration, and this is nice. But for some of us, I remember some of my colleagues really did not like, an object moves, how does it move? However, if you present it in a science fiction way, saying a flying carpet moves from Jeddah to Riyadh at this time, at this speed, the student will wake up and there's something I should look at, I should understand. This is science fiction in a classroom. So I hope by giving this example at the start, you agree with me that science fiction can trigger imagination and make concepts easier to the student's mind than the usual abstract, I would say. Science fiction, when you present it this way, it will force you to think. It's not the object from A to B, but flying horse goes from table. You start, something is there, I should think about it. Science fiction is not about the future only, it's about future, but it contains messages about ethics, about how to live in different societies. And the ethics part, some science fiction talk about DNA engineering, genes engineering, playing with genes. This can be unethical. So science fiction probably will shed light on ethics. One thing I want to say in a classroom, we should not advocate science fiction as a new mode of teaching. It complements the current physical classical. The current physical classical model of teaching has been with us for centuries, and it's very effective. But we would like to make it more effective by injecting the science fiction part of it. Science fiction also not only triggers student imagination, but makes us look at the practical side and connect the real world with the imaginary world. However, when we use in a classroom science fiction, we should select the topics that are closer to the age and the curriculum content of what we need to teach. Once we do this, and I think this is very important, we would like the students to critique what they hear. Most of our students, unfortunately, do not critique. In our culture, the professor is right, no matter what he says. It's not necessarily true. You should try to critique the professor with a lot of respect. We should not lose respect. I would like also to incorporate questions that we'd like the student to think about. For example, what if we had a device that could read your mind and other people's mind? This is imaginative. I'm sure some students would like such a device to read the professor's mind when he makes the final exam questions, that he can benefit. But it's okay, it's good fiction. Let's tell students, how do you design these science fiction objects we talk about, including robots, video calls, smartwatches? Simply asking the students to think about them is already a winner. Something sounds impossible. It is impossible nowadays, unless physics comes with speed of light and concepts different, then we can go back in time. But ask the students, can you go back in time? I personally love to go back to the days of Jahiliyyah and then the start of Islam and see how things immediately changed. Jahiliyyah is pre-Islamic era. Another thing is considered a good benefit of science fiction is extrapolation. Okay, here we are. Can we think what comes next? Can we use the science fiction we hear about to create some future? All of these, I'm sure, will contribute to students' thinking. And then if we have a DNA engineering or other concepts, what is their effect in the future? And the ethical part of it is very important nowadays. We already talk about AI, and a lot of people are trying to regulate AI and say, okay, AI can create people that will kill humans or destroy humanity. It needs to be regulated. Let's hope it will. Now, what if you have, this is my favorite, if you have access to طاقية الإخفاء, imagine the magic cap. A lot of people would love to do this and discover other worlds by using the magic cap. Let me talk about the science fiction, as I promised in the title, as educational strategy. What's meant by this? It is an approach to teaching that combines the realistic and imaginary elements into the topic we're studying. Like I first mentioned that not an object moves from A to B, but a flying carpet moves from the Earth to the moon. This is something important in the strategy. Science fiction also can be seen that it bridges the gap between theory and practice. Most of our studies here, we end up with theories. Applying it, practicing it is not one of the priorities of our current curriculum. Science fiction can inject the application part. Science fiction is not only a tool for the students, it's a tool for the teachers. I will mention this at the end of my talk. Something I practiced in science fiction, I only realized it when you thankfully invited me to talk about this. I used to teach in math a concept that is used for data security and cryptography, where we need large numbers, numbers that have 200 digits. You know, a billion has 7 digits, more than, but this is 200 digits. Can you imagine a number of this magnitude? To help you imagine it, the number of atoms in the known universe is a number with 80 digits. A lot of other numbers that we're dealing with are much, much smaller. So this is a number that is totally imaginative. However, we're using it in a real application. Today, your financial transactions on the internet, when you purchase with using something using a credit card, this is protected by these large numbers. So to start with, it is imaginary. It ends up with something very applied. Math, most of the time, this is my favorite topic, by the way, it talks about the new concepts, abstract. Many people hate math because it's abstract. Science fiction also talks about abstract things. So if you relate the abstractness of science fiction with the abstractness of math and science, you can bridge reality with imaginary issues. Now, when you use science fiction in the classroom, something I mentioned a little bit earlier, choose the science fiction suitable for the age of the students and choose something appropriate within the context of the curriculum. But before you do that, if we talk about space travel, don't tell them immediately about flying horse or Ala ad-Din carpets or something. Tell him about the concept of flying, and then he will relate the thing when you talk about the science fiction issues. Many papers I read encourage students to think critically. As I said, critique what you hear. Don't just take it for granted. And if something clearly related to students' life, I think let him connect the science fiction part to his life. How do you integrate science fiction into the curriculum? This is part of the strategy, as the title of this talk said. Students should be encouraged to explore science adventures that they read or hear about, and should examine the social studies as I mentioned, of DNA engineering, or somebody who created a monster like Frankenstein novel, and the Frankenstein can come and kill its creator. Science fiction also is not only related to science. It can be used in arts and sociology, telling people how to creatively write. And this is a good tool. Part of the curriculum also, we should ask the students, try your hand at writing a science fiction story. I'm sure you will be surprised how many young children can think freely and surprise you with their science fiction, and design some projects and talk about these projects among themselves. I have 3 levels of integrating science fiction into the curriculum. You can integrate science fiction in the elementary school through storytelling, creative writing, and exploring the ethics of science fiction on our human societies. I will not bother you with the details because I know my time is close to. You're keeping time? Okay. Middle school, just a little bit more advanced, talk about the approach of science fiction, read a story about space travel that relates to astronomy. Then they can learn about the stars, the astronomy, science. And critique what you hear. Critique is always an important thing. It comes in many stages. And I hope by this time, the students in the middle school will start thinking, can I do something like this? Can I write something like this? It's extremely useful. High school, just same, like a little bit more advanced. Now, teaching science fiction is good, but who will teach it? Teachers. We have to prepare the teachers for science fiction. I find literature on preparing teachers to teach science fiction not rich enough. I only found one case study by Turkish authors who looked at science fiction for the teachers, and they came to a conclusion that they suggest teachers, before they go to teach, should be given an opportunity to learn how science fiction works, ask them to write science fiction stories, ask them to discuss science fiction with others. Unless the teacher does this, we are lost. No science fiction in education. Now, if this is science fiction strategy, how is it different from current strategies? Well, one thing, science fiction stimulates innovation more than our classical approach. I'm sure of this, and I hope you agree. And good science fiction involves speculation, expecting what will happen in the future. Many students, when you force them to happen in the future, to think about what happens in the future, they will definitely be better prepared for the future. They will lead you in the future. Like everything in life, it's not all roses. If we talk about science fiction, please don't run to form committees and see how we can inject science fiction before you realize the drawbacks. One is that science fiction stories, most of them in fact, they present science and technology in an accurate way. Not accurate, inaccurate way. As a result of this, a concept that I see many times is that scientists, mathematicians are crazy. They have long hair, they don't wash, they look bad. This is science fiction fault. We should correct this. Second, science fiction may emphasize role of technology more than it should. Life is not only science and technology. There are a lot of nice, beautiful things in life other than science and technology. And some stories are more appropriate for some ages of students than others. So You can form the committee, but let them look at this. Final words. I think science fiction is a good idea, but it should be used wisely. When we implement science fiction in a wise way, it will be very valuable. It will help the students open up. And it's important to be aware of the potential drawbacks before we run into this. I have a list of references just for you in the future. And I thank you very much for inviting me again. We're finished. No questions, huh? شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Suwail. Now we would like to welcome and introduce our invited speaker, Dr. Al-Ahdi Agoon. Dr. Al-Ahdi Agoon is a highly accomplished electrical engineer and professor. He received his degree from the University of Washington. He currently serves as professor and director of the AI and Sensing Technologies Research Center at the University of Tabuk. His research interests include AI, integrated sensing and communication, and power systems. He published papers in prestigious journals and holds numerous patents. Please welcome Dr. Hadi Agoon.
Just use the arrows. Huh?
Arrows, or if you want to use this as you like.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the talk. That was a very good introduction to mine, and I'm sure to others. It was so nice to, for that historical perspective of such an important subject as science fiction. Is this working? Okay. So today, like this? Is there any other way to do it? Okay. All right, I'll try. I hope I don't forget. What it is I will be talking about a smart world. It's a little bit philosophical, but I am not a philosopher. I'm an engineer. So bear with me, and if you see some deviations of the norm, please accept it, and probably we'll talk about it later. So we'll talk about smart world. Why do we need a smart world? I think at the end of the day, everything you think about could converge to what we call quality of life. Okay. So how do we get to that smart world? We have to augment our thinking spaces. There are many ways. We'll see some of them. What is the path to this smart world? And we'll talk about the enablers, and then the key trends shaping the smart world, then at the end, conclusions. Too many words, but what it is, there are so many issues that we are concerned about now, from environment to energy to many others that are really complicated and intertwined And the question is, how can we get creative solutions to them? One solution is again to augment our thinking spaces. How to do that? Maybe by blurring, you know, the lines between certain areas, specifically like arts, science, engineering, and technology. What is the rationale? Okay, we need engineers and technologists because of their convergent thinking, and we need the creatives and the dreamers, the artists. Can we combine those in some sense to get to our smart world? Maybe, we'll see. So the outcome is we would like a smart world. Okay? When I use smart here, I don't mean intelligent. They're different. Okay? Smart, you can acquire smart, but intelligent is in many cases a gift to you from God. So what is this quality of life? You know, we like comfort, we like happiness. And we try to cater everything around this point. Believe it or not, even if you write a paper, okay? Think about this paper. What is it? Where is it going? This paper, it touches on something that will eventually down the road, it touches on your quality of life. You're thinking even about, you know, creating a new resistive material, okay? If you forget it's just a resistive material, but down the road, it could be used in a component, in a system of systems to end up in something that eventually supports your quality of life. Okay, so we enlarge our thinking. There are a couple of ways, at least the ways I thought about. You know, we can enlarge our capabilities or our capacities. Capabilities are usually quality and skill and all that, but capacity is how much we can absorb and keep. That's for us educators, knowledge, how much of it we can keep. Now we can enlarge, you know, as a human chain, so we can put all ourselves in a row and use our brains and become like super brainies, or we can use things like AI. And here I just give the example of, you know, some of the new things that are going on, like ensemble learning, expert systems on top of them for decision making and all that. All right, where are we going with this? So we know ourselves as a human beings. We're good at fiction, actually. We fantasize. Okay, we always fall back on reality, facts, and we have expectations. And sometimes we intertwine that expectations with dreams. We imagine, we combine facts and fantasy. We're good at that, actually. And we visualize. Sometimes if we can't reach something, we try to make a mental picture of it, and sometimes we spice it up by fantasy and things like that, and so on. So here then, you know, we run through a gamut without even knowing it. The gamut of the whole thing that you hear about now, augmented reality, mixed reality, virtual reality, and then what comes beyond that, okay? Okay, finally we're trying, let's see what do we want from this smart world. We wanted actually we wanted to solve for us complex problems. Okay, not only that, we wanted to make decisions for us, and many things we do. Actually, if you reflect on them, this is exactly what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want. We want the car to drive us. Okay, we see that nowadays. Now, for this world, we cannot attack it mathematically or even by induction. But, there are signs, okay? Signs that we're doing things for the sake of this quality of life. We created, the internet, okay, which really boost industries and all that. The blockchain for transparency for transactions, because we can see that is lacking nowadays from the system. Which are ChatGPT and OpenAI and all that, and how, and the idea is to really benefit our education system, and autonomous vehicles. Okay, so these are maybe steps towards that world, that smart world. We also have microcosms or parallels. When you look, for example, what happens, let's say, to communications. We had 1G, 2G, 3G, 5G, and now we're in the middle, even of 6G. We didn't finish 5G, we're 6G, and we're talking about even 7G and beyond, okay? So all these are steps to bring us close to that smart world. Okay, not only one technology, not two, but an ensemble of those technologies, and the enablers. When we look at it, how we do things, all the realities, extended reality, dreams and fantasies, and we do discovery. Okay, now let's try to push a little bit the formulation. I'm trying to avoid mathematical issues. Okay, so we know fiction. It was explained very well in the previous discussion. We know science fiction. Okay, so it's fiction, but bounded by reality. Okay, so if we look at ourselves now in this, like time versus level of technology, now we are at a certain level of technology, the blue one, okay? We have a body of fiction work, okay? Whatever fiction it is, a science fiction, sorry, and we have fiction. So the idea is through time, the actual technology, which is represented by the blue line, comes close to the middle line. Eventually, the actual technology becomes yesterday's science fiction, isn't it? And we keep going like that through time. All these curves play them, replace each other, and as we go up. Now, the time span you see there, you can look at it as a small portion of a big time. It's like a linearized. You may argue the curves could be this or that, but it doesn't matter because I didn't label the time axis. You can say that's 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, it doesn't matter. Not only that, okay, so now we are at a certain technology level. We injected with science fiction, so we absorb that and we settle into the second line. So now our current technology becomes, like I said, yesterday's fiction. Not only that, as these lines go, and trade places, they also, from time to time, twist because technologies didn't get us where we want, and sometimes we go back. But all in all, it's always, the general trend is to go up, is to go up. Okay, if we go back to Earth now, okay, what are we doing? For example, in our we do all, we all have senior design and teach design to students. So we, at one point, we used to talk about STEM. Now it's going to STEAM. The addition of the A, the addition of the art, okay? Why is that? It goes back to to one of the very first slides, just to enlarge that thinking space. And when you look at where they put, for example, imagination, in most of the time they put it at step 3, a little bit low. But that's not really, it almost like defeats the purpose. If there is imagination, it has really to begin to begin at the get-go, from zero. And to do that, we started talking about, okay, are we talking about groups or teams? Okay? Well, if you have an artist with 3, like an engineer and a physicist or whatever, or computer scientist, and you add an artist, if you have any experience with projects that deal with artists and engineers and all that, your timeline has changed because the artist thinks in a different timeline than the engineer, okay? So the going from a group to team is very important, okay? So the idea is to really, imagination should be at the very beginning, and for many reasons. I'll get to. All right, I'll jump back to what I was now, up high. So we have our legacy world, which we are in now, and we have our smart world, and we're having all these technologies that are pushing us. Some of the technologies are slower than others, but nevertheless, we're going. There are broken clocks in the middle, just to say time could be longer. So to get there, we know that now you have to use, like enlarge our thinking spaces, art, science, engineering, technology. We have to watch out for pitfalls, okay? All these considerations. And we have science fiction. Science fiction is really that, it brings our smart world to us, so we try to catch on with it with whatever means we have, technologies and all that. And we have fiction, pure fiction somewhere, and just getting its, it's almost like having a shot in the arm for our smart world. What do we need? Okay, so the motivation to go from our, legacy world to smart world is fiction, science fiction, and discovery. Okay, the enablers, the intersection of arts and science, or art, engineering, and technology. When I look at that, it's like technology, engineering, science, and art in this way. So you will see, so we have our legacy world, the actual one, and we have the smart world, and we're going there, and it's like we have a checklist. This technology has to reach this technology has to reach that, and we do that. Some technologies are slower, some technologies are faster, but we're going there. It's as if we're all on a train, and all these technologies represent the wheels. Okay, represent the wheels. Eventually, so by having this fiction or science fiction, it's like, we can dream, we try to reach that dream. It's like we're developing also like a twin who can really overcome all the obstacles that we can't overcome and go. So I will, at this point I will talk about like four technologies, as illustrations for those train wheels or whatever it is, or whatever they are. So we did like a huge step, for example, in quantum computing. Okay, things that they used to take us a long time, and now we do them. And guess what? And that also, quantum computing was very well known to scientists. But however, to us, it really came very close to us during COVID. And that because touched our quality of life. As soon as that touched quality of life, then research and development and money got poured in, and now you can easily buy a supercomputer and put it on your desk. So that's supercomputing. There are some other technologies that are going slower. For example, we would like really for power to go wireless. Well, we're still working on that. And the proof is if you go behind your desk, you see all these wires dangling, and you'll think you're still in the Middle Age. But that's only one thing. Travel, we did a huge step, for example, with the Concorde that used to go like 1,300 miles per hour. Something happened. We lost that technology. We didn't lose it. We gave it up, and we fell back on the routine, slower planes and things like that. And I'm sure we will go at it one more time. Networking, SAGI, for example. Now we're talking about networking everything: air, land, water, with the single technology. The Internet of Senses. That's also, it's like now we're taking wheels from the old train, we're putting a new wheels, and we're trying to propel ourselves faster to the smart world. Computing. Okay, computing now, the key or the buzzword is about blurring. Okay, and that's exactly where the effort is. The blurring, the convergence of digital, physical, and biological worlds. In other words, you're remotely, but you can smell what you would be smelling in that meeting room. Smart power, water, and gas. This is another example. We used to talk about smart grid for electricity, but now we're talking about the whole service. Why not gas? Why not all that? Also, there are a lot of work that is being done, and I could hide a little bit of the mathematics that was developed for the hubs and intersections. Work is still to be done, but again, it is propelling us to the quality of life, or to that smart world that provides the quality of life we want. Mobility. Needless to say, the cars do everything we asked from them. Cars now have what? The freezers, they have the 12 hooks for phones and other devices. So autonomous vehicles, you basically sit and it does everything for you. But in terms of mobility, the bulk is really good transportation. And this is where a lot of work is being done for autonomous ships, aircrafts, and all that brings goods from A to B. All right, so I'm to my conclusion. It goes back again. If you think about anything, you know, I would say it will have to touch the quality of life at one point or another. And technologies evolve in a certain way. You see, like almost like three things intertwined, twisted, but nevertheless, the technology level goes up. Okay, and eventually, you know, we're still in our chain. All these tiles, all these wheels now are technologies that are some finish, others begin, and others replace others, and our way to the smart world, you know, seeking, you know, dreaming, and I will leave it at this. Thank you very much. During COVID, Dr. Tayyib made a very good presentation about publications and papers, and he really masterfully showed, for example, the universities from Saudi collaborating with universities from Europe, from the US, and things like that. So that's really, and you really have to see the presentation to understand. That made me think, and it was all about papers. Why do we care about papers? Why? Okay, if we just for our promotion, then all right, that's a good reason. But when they go to the reviewer doesn't know your motivation. So we'll see that paper at face value. In other words, whether we like it or not, whether purposefully done, again, all these papers like go into a river that takes to that quality of life. Yeah. And now you can ask me, since I professed you. Okay, thank you.
Now we would like to welcome the invited speaker, Professor Mazhar Ali Bari. Dr. Mazhar Ali Bari is a seasoned expert in deep tech and clean tech with over 20 years of diverse industrial experience. Currently serving as the regional director at Waze, he specializes in low latency cognitive real-time AI and sustainable supercomputing using neuromorphic computing chip technology. Dr. Bari has held key positions at KA Care, Ajlan and Bros, and SEAM Saudi Arabia, where he pioneered the introduction of the first industrial IoT platform, MindSphere in Kingdom Cloud, hosted on a local data center. With an MPhil in microelectrical engineering and semiconductor physics, a PhD in high-temperature superconducting orbits from the University of Cambridge, UK, and an international executive MBA from the University College Dublin, he possesses a strong education foundation. Dr. Bari is a visiting professor at the School of Physics at University College Dublin and has authored 10 patents and 20 publications. His interests span cognitive infrastructure, quantum computing, robotics, space technologies, autonomous systems, ethical AI, and the metaverse. Please welcome Dr. Mazhar Bari.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Yes. So first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Haifa and Akhila and Your Excellency. So I'm really honored to be here in front of some great speakers before me who have really introduced some really nice concepts. And Dr. Hadi, thank you very much for introducing us to the history of science fiction in the Eastern civilizations. I think that's very important. And also one key word that you mentioned, ethics. So I will pick up on this word later on in my talk as well. And also to Professor Hadi as well, he mentioned some really interesting things like cognitive, quantum, and I think I will touch upon some of those topics as well in my talk. So the title of my talk is Reality in Science Fiction, Ethical AI and Cognitive Technologies. So really, before we start, let's have a little quiz. So who here can tell me who said good science fiction is inseparable from magic?
Sufficiently advanced technology is inseparable.
Yeah, who said that? Very famous writer, Arthur C. Clarke. You knew that, okay, thank you. She wins. And then also, he also was the author, writer of the famous sci-fi movie Space Odyssey 2001. The next quiz question is, where does the word robot come from? Which language or which culture? Huh? No. Robot. Ah, yes, yes. So robot actually is a Slavic term from Czech language. Robota, it means slave, right? Because in the early days they thought robots will be our slaves. That may change, right? Okay, so. Yeah, that's a good question. It's, I would say it's even deeper than that. It's maybe philosophical, right? So this is my so this is my profile, just to show the students that my career over the last 20, 30 years in physics. I actually studied quantum devices for my PhD, and then after academia, I did my own startup company as well in Ireland, developing state-of-the-art printable solar cells made from nanomaterials. And then I was working as a consultant in renewable energy, and then as a technologist or CTO for a very large multinational, and then for a family office in Riyadh, Ajlan Brothers, heading up advanced and emerging technologies, and now regional director of Waze in Germany, a small company. I prefer working in smaller companies. Yes, yes, yes. Indeed, yeah, we had a great collaboration with Effat University through software and a lot of events and programs, and it's always a pleasure to work with Effat University. Oh yes, yes, AI in space, yes. So let me give you my hypothesis, and I hope to convince you by the end of the lecture that this hypothesis is correct. But I'm not saying I'm right, just my hypothesis, right? So for humans, for us, ethics, culture, and philosophy define who we are. It defines our reality, our view of reality. And then within this reality, we create new realities by using our imagination. So that's very clear. I think we all agree, right? There's no dispute so far, right? I mean, in very simple terms, from a physicist's point of view, this is what I think, or how I think. Now, what's the similar equivalent for autonomous robots? I believe they will also have ethics, culture, and philosophy because they're programmed by human beings, so we put in them what we know, right? So I think it's fair to say that they will also have some kind of ethics, culture, and philosophy, and hence their own reality. And hence they can perhaps also dream and also think of science fiction, right? I mean, already as we know, large language models today hallucinate, right? What is hallucination? Some people say it's dreaming. Robots are dreaming, or the AI models are dreaming, who knows, right? So that's my hypothesis today, and I hope that during the course of the lecture, you will hopefully agree with me. But it's okay to disagree, because you learn more from challenging each other. So Dr. Hadi gave a very nice overview and definition of science fiction, but I like the one from Arthur C. Wells. I mean, you know, good science fiction is inseparable from magic. You know, it looks amazing. So really, I mean, I'm also a science fiction fan, right? I'm watching all these movies from a very young age, and these are some examples. And the reason why I want to show you these samples is I group them in two simple groups, space tech and astrophysics, like space technologies, like the mobile phone, the transporter, wormholes, warp speed, all those lovely things in this group here. And in this group here, all the movies about AI and robotics, right? And unfortunately, things often always turn out in the wrong way, in the bad way, right, for humans. So these are very entertaining, and this is a billion-dollar industry, Hollywood, right? Now, of course, Hollywood has its own ethics, its own culture, its own philosophy, right? And that's what's reflected in their imagination and in the science fiction. But as Dr. Hadi mentioned, there's also other versions of reality as well, the Eastern, the Islamic, the Chinese, or the Indian, right? So if they were to make science fiction movies, I'm not sure if they will use these kind of concepts. There's a lot of violence, right? There's a lot of doom and gloom, right? You know, and that you can use through force, you can solve problems. So I think there's different, to me, the ethics and morality is very deeply ingrained in everything. So really the takeaway message is that science fiction is a creative platform to explore the implications of scientific and technological advance on society and individuals, and ethics plays an immense role in that. So the question really comes, what is reality? And indeed, whose reality, right? So reality refers to the states of things as they actually exist. The nature of reality, people have been talking about reality, philosophers have been talking about reality for centuries, right? Now, there's also a view of Muslim philosophers about their view of reality, right? And indeed, it's very diverse. There are many, many hundreds of scholars who have spoken about reality. Seems like a simple topic, you know, reality is what we observe and see, but, you know, there's some strong basis behind that. And according to some scholars, you know, there's a concept called divine reality, right? So this is central to Islamic philosophy and the concept of God, the oneness of God, that, who is the ultimate reality. There's also theories around creation and contingency, right? Some Muslim philosophers influenced by Plato and Aristotle discuss the contingent nature of the material world. And my favorite, unity of existence, Wahad al-Wajud, my pronunciation is probably very bad, but the famous book by Ibn Arabi, right? Where they talk about the concept of the unity of existence, that all existence is a manifestation of all the divine reality, emphasizing a mystical and transcendent understanding of reality. Now, for me, this is too complicated, really, but just want to show you a flavor that even reality can be different for different cultures and different societies. And now ethics and AI. Now, this is probably one of the most important topics of this century, I would say. Right? And ethics is based on the well-founded standards of right and wrong, right? That prescribe what humans ought to do and not to do, right? In terms of rights, obligations, benefits to society, fairness, and specific virtues. But what happens when AI and robotics become more autonomous and sovereign, which is happening as we speak, whether we like it or not? So we have to deal with the challenge, and not just be worried about it. We have to deal with the challenge, right? So what is sovereign AI? So I call this, sovereign AI refers to AI systems that possess a high level of autonomy and decision making, just like humans, right? And the concept raises ethical and governance concerns because we may have to give robots more authority, right? So therefore, with that also comes accountability. So that's why we need to embed ethics into AI systems and develop a new AI with ethical common sense decision-making tools. So really, this is very important because whether we like it or not today, all the large language models that you're using have been designed and built by somebody else with their own ethics and beliefs and culture system, right? And that's being imposed on everybody in this room because we're just consumers of that. We haven't defined our own ethics into that. So there's a huge challenge and problem that's going to emerge very soon if we don't understand this challenge. So what does the whole world want? Trustworthy AI. But not just for one culture, but for all cultures, because we have diversity. So in terms of a practical example, right, this is a vision building on what Professor Hadley spoke about smart cities. Perhaps you can also call them cognitive cities, right? So if you want to have cognitive cities, you need to have cognitive infrastructure, right? And I'll talk about what that is later on. So the writing is very faint in blue. But here's so really in the world of cognitive cities, what we need is infrastructure to give us low latency, cognitive behavior, real-time artificial intelligence, and sustainable supercomputing. And actually, sustainable supercomputing is very important. All the data centers in the world that are being built, by 2030, they will consume up to 10% of the world's global energy. That's a problem in the making, right? Every time you're using your large language model, it's consuming energy. There's vast data centers which need a lot of energy. So we also need sustainable supercomputing into the future. If we have all these things, it opens up a lot of verticals to autonomous everything, where we connect everything, analyze, predict, and as I will try to show to you later, 2 key technologies are emerging which will enable this cognitive future to happen. Neuromorphic computing and quantum computing. And I'll go into more detail later on. So this will enable a new human-machine paradigm shift towards intelligent social robots, because in a cognitive city, we will have hundreds and thousands of robots doing everything, either visible or invisible. And of course, to support that vast complexity of computation, you do need cognitive infrastructure. So what's happening uniquely at the moment is a convergence. Well, converging of technologies has always been happening, but right now there's a particular convergence of what I call cognitive technologies. And the word cognition, or cognitive, is the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought. So it's not smart, it's better than smarter, it's more intelligent, right? So really there are 3 main technologies that the whole world relies on for nearly everything. We have current digital AI chips in high performance computing. So they're really for analysis of large scale data. So this is really looking at historical data and making judgments or doing analysis. And then we have quantum computers, which are still probably another 5 or 10 years away before you can have one in your pocket, but they're coming. And I'll talk more about that later on. And then neuromorphic AI chips. I'll talk more about that later on as well. So neuromorphic AI chips are how the brain works. So you can have almost real-time decision making. And quantum is more about predicting the future. So here we have everything, past, present, and future, with these three key cognitive technologies. So really, neuromorphic is really interesting because we can now design circuits which behave like the neurons in the brain, spiking neural networks. And these, I think, are going to make a huge impact in the world. Now, our brain is amazing. The equivalent size of a data center to match the human brain might consume around, 500-600 megawatts. The human brain consumes about 20 or 30 watts, less than a light bulb, right? It's a very efficient organism, and that's now why people are trying to move away from the old-fashioned chips we have in our laptops and computers towards this more neuromorphic chips, which are behaving like the brain. And here it is here, the difference between neuromorphic computing and today's standard computing. And the basic difference is very simple. In your laptop or computer, the compute and the memory are in two different locations. So when some process is happening, there's a lot of shuffling going on, and that becomes a bottleneck. Our brain has memory and compute in the same place. And that's what neuromorphic chips have. It's memory-compute integration. And this is a huge key enabler. And also, this is asynchronous. Classical computing is synchronous. This is based on spiral spikes, just like the brain. And the standard is more sequential, step by step, based on bits, zeros and ones. So if you want to build the world's next best supercomputer, it'll be made from these neuromorphic chips, right? And by the way, and the goal is to make a data center which emulates a full human brain, right? In these racks. The brain has about 100 billion neurons. So 10 of these systems will give you about 100 billion neurons worth of computation. It's quite amazing. So you can see that there's a lot of neurons, a lot of high throughput, very fast connectivity, and several times faster than the current best chips at the moment from NVIDIA. And most importantly, much more energy efficient. So we're not going to boil the oceans in order to do our computation. Now, the other technology which is enabler for cognitive infrastructure is quantum computing. So I did my PhD in the area of quantum devices about 30 years ago. I was making these small devices, junctions, Josephson junctions, because I thought that was the future. I never thought 30 years later I'll still be talking about it as if it's the future. But quantum computing is coming, it's very real. And Dr. Hadi mentioned encryption before, right? So all known encryption technologies today can be broken by quantum computing in seconds. That's how powerful this will be. And it's so powerful that in the USA, they've passed a law that all government agencies must ensure that their data is post-quantum secure already. So this is very critical. I won't go into details about quantum computing, but just to let the students know that it's very different from classical computing, which is bits, zeros and ones. In quantum computing, it uses quantum physics, mechanics, the principle of superposition and entanglement. So in a quantum computer, the zeros and ones, you can have states of 0 or 1 or anything in between. So a massive range of, let's say, computational power opens up as a result, right? And therefore, you can tackle vast, big problems with this, and it promises breakthroughs in cryptography, drug discovery, and it probably will impact every industry in the world. So there are companies today who are making these systems. Oops. This is the famous chandelier. So if you read about quantum computing, you hear about the chandelier. So what is a chandelier? The actual chip is actually here at the bottom. It's quite small, the quantum bits. This whole thing is cooled down to about 2 or 3 millikelvin. So for superconducting quantum chips, you have to go to very low temperatures. And this is all the wiring for the current, for microwaves and so on. So today in the world, the best quantum computers, I think it's a few thousand qubits. A qubit is the fundamental unit of quantum computers. So I won't go into too much detail, but just to let you know, this is emerging, this is happening, and whoever owns this technology literally will own the world, because you can do so much with it, okay? The applications, it will touch every industry, every application, and even education, right? Let me move now to the concept of autonomous robotic systems. So in the world today, we have these humanoid general purpose robots, GPRs, we have social robots, and we will have avatar robots. You're sitting at home and your avatar robot is in the office working for you, or bringing the groceries home, for example, okay? So this is how things are evolving, and all these, and this is all very complex, right? I mean, to teach a robot how to communicate with a human being with empathy, right, is very challenging. It requires huge computational power, and that's why we need the really fast technologies of quantum and neuromorphic computing to make that a reality, right? So there's your robot teacher, right? So I wonder how long before Effat University has robot teachers. Never, huh? Yeah. So I have a slide at the very end to address your concern. No, I agree with you. It's not to replace, it's to assist. Okay? But I will talk about this topic. I know it's a very contentious topic, but we'll get to it at the end, right? So there are many companies in the world today who are making these very advanced humanoid robots. This one here, this is the world's first human-like intelligence general-purpose robot made by Phoenix. This Chinese company, UBTech, are making these AI-powered service robots for daily use. This one I'm very familiar with. I even met her, Emeka. She's one of the world's most advanced social robots manufactured in the UK. And then this another one here, multi-purpose robot for work, used in warehouses and factories at the moment. But these will all evolve. And the key thing is when they start to interact with humans and to have that more intelligent two-way discussion is when things really become very exciting. So these are some of the social robots and applications, you know, and flying carpets, flying cars. This is a product you can buy probably next year. It was shown off at the CES just a few weeks ago. So there's a lot of interesting use cases and applications which people are now developing. So this is the making of a multi-billion-dollar industry. Right? Now, the takeaway message is very important at the bottom. These robots, if we can make them more emotional, more human-like, okay, they should be able to relate to us. And that's very important, to have a intelligent robot. If they cannot empathize with us, if they cannot understand or relate to us, then they're just useless machines, just like this microphone, right? So this is what we want to do. And then we might share similar realities with them as well as a result. Right? So this is my second or third, well, I have a few more slides, but this is one project that I'm working on at the moment with Waze. We are actually, Emeka, the robot in the center, we're programming her with large language models to train her to do many use cases, to engage with the humans, to play musical instruments, and many other use cases. And there's a lot of technologies involved. There's cloud computing technologies, and there's local cloud computing technologies as well. Now, it would be great to do this in Arabic, and maybe develop an Arabic-specific use case. Emeka playing the oud, for example. That would be quite clever. Now, coming back to the question about robots and teachers, right? So the future of education There are some reports out there who predict that by 2050 that you will have robots in the classroom, right? And they will help and assist teachers, right? And I found this very interesting, that even with current technology, robots help up to 10 to 30% improvement in the students' performance. I'm not sure how they measure this, what's the metric, but there is some sense of improvement. So I think this will only improve over time. So I think as teachers, you have to embrace this, right? And it's a tool, right? This is a tool, this is a tool. It's a tool that you will have to get comfortable to using. There's a very famous UNESCO report on the future of education, and one part of it was very interesting because it acknowledges and recognizes that there's a plurality in ways of knowing and doing. As this becomes more widespread, knowledge ecosystems that draw from the wealth of cultures and experiences should become more valued. In other words, we shouldn't impose one education system for the whole world. You know, every culture has something unique to offer. It should be more personalized. And I think that's the future of education, is when it becomes more personalized. Right? So therefore, moving towards a personalized education system enabled by AI-powered empathetic and ethical robots is probably the future of education. So advanced robots will assist teachers to enhance the educational experience. Each student will get a personalized education and support using advanced social robots. And imagine a future where every person has a lifelong AI companion. As we all know from our old age, you don't stop education when you leave university, it's lifelong, right? So we need tools to enable that to happen. And the most important of all, in terms of ethics and social and culture and history, science fiction will continue to inspire imaginations. We should be defining and designing this new future to reshape the 21st century in how we imagine it, and not importing it in. Thank you very much.
I would now like to welcome and introduce the invited speaker, Engineer Yasser Bahjad. Mr. Yasser Bahjad has a master's degree in future technologies from Singularity University and the NASA Research Center in Silicon Valley. He wrote his novel, Kitkania, The Ancient World, in Arabic and English. Yasser Bahjad is the co-founder of Yatakhayyalun, founder of several companies, engineer, entrepreneur, business development consultant, expert in future technologies, novelist, and a translator. Please welcome Mr. Yasser Bahjad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Your Highness, Your Excellency, astound guests. We had a few amazing, pretty technical presentations, and I'm sure a lot of you want to cool down a bit, so I'll be on a much lighter side. My presentation is going to be more entertaining, let's say. A lot of the points that many before me, I'm sorry I took a little bit of time just to reshuffle my presentation. My presentation now seems to be more as a wrap-up and summary of what was said by everybody before me. So I like to introduce myself as a Jedi, since I'm from Jeddah. I hope it makes it into the English world that we are all Jedis. We all know where this is from. Anyone here? Anybody knows where this is from? Star Wars. Star Trek. This is a bit tougher. Battlestar Galactica, but okay. So everybody was talking about science fiction and reality, and I think one point I kind of disagree with everyone who, before me is everybody talks about science fiction as something that, or imagination that comes after reality, while I believe it's the other way around. None of us would be here today if we did not wake up and imagine that we were coming here. So reality happens because of fiction, not the other way around. I always say that technology or science fiction leads technology. And I've had sort of a challenge, if you may, of anyone who can point out a single technology that I cannot show its roots in science fiction at least 20 years prior to its invention in reality. The toughest one was the atomic bomb. Everybody said there's no way someone could imagine the atomic bomb before us knowing the technology of the atomic bomb. If we don't know the science of splitting an atom, okay, we could not imagine the bomb. While ironically, The World Set Free by H.G. Wells, he envisioned an atom where at that time scientists were still debating whether there is such a thing as an atom. He said that we were going to split it, it's going to create a huge explosion. He described the explosion, the damage, everything. And then more than 30 years later, everything he envisioned. In fact, the word atomic bomb was coined in his novel. Another example.
18 years ago.
My presentation not working properly. So we today have motion control, right? Another thing that came out of Star Trek, you talked about the mobile. So in the black and white first pilot episode of Star Trek, okay, he was controlling his computer that had graphics, which did not exist at the time. Computers barely had letters on them. They actually had punch card outputs. And this guy was saying, there's going to be graphic screens and we're going to be controlling them with our motion of our hands. Almost 80 years later, that happened. Paris in the 20th century was written by, by Jules Verne, right? When his novel was written, the pinnacle of technology, okay, was a horse-driven carriage. This guy envisioned that we were going to have moving vehicles that work with liquid fuel. He envisioned we're going to have something he called high scrapers, but that are tall buildings covered with glass. What idiot in the 19th century would cover his house with glass, let alone making it 50 stories high? He envisioned a magical device where people would write their letters, put it in this device, and it will magically appear on the other side of the world. He envisioned a very strange network where people would post their daily news so that their loved ones all over the planet would know what they were doing. Okay? He was talking about social media in the 1800s. Okay? And the really ironic thing about this novel is nobody actually read it. He wrote the novel, it was trapped in his safe for more than 100 years before actually being published. And everything he envisioned happened. So it's not that what he said influenced what we did later. It's as if technological development is just a force of nature. It just happens just like gravity does. So every technology we have, every one of these technologies, I can show you what science fiction source it came from. We can all see the first image I showed. It really looks like the one on the bottom right. So the phone in Star Trek, in fact, the first Motorola mobile phone looked exactly like the wireless device that they used in the first Star Trek episodes. It flips open. He took, even the design, he took it from there. Right? So you were talking about the history of science fiction in the East. Alf Layla و Layla has many examples. For example, voice-activated commands. Iftah ya simsim. Right? So to me, the thing is, a lot of us were talking about science fiction and trying to define what science fiction is. There's a higher level of literature called speculative fiction, which actually combines science fiction and fantasy together. And I believe that is the more proper way to look at it, because Alf Layla و Layla or Iftah ya simsim would have been categorized as fantasy, which His Excellency just said is an impossibility. So at that point, it was impossibility, but given enough time, it turned into science fiction and reality. And that's why I believe both science fiction and fantasy together are very important to be combined. Now, all of this I'm saying because, again, as His Excellency said, at that time when we had 1001 Nights, it was the same time where the Arabian world was the pinnacle of science. So science fiction and scientific development goes hand in hand. Okay, so this is a data we plotted 10 years ago. We're updating it right now. This basically shows the science fiction per capita, sorry. Okay. So this is the science fiction per capita on every country, or the countries we tracked. And then if you see the patents per capita registered in these countries, you're going to see that they are very much in line. So countries that have very high patent per capita are the countries that have very high consumption of local science fiction per person. This is a very clear correlation, but correlation for me was not good enough. I wanted to prove causality. I wanted to prove that it was science fiction that was driving technological development, not the other way around, or maybe even they're just both influenced by something different and there is no direct connection between them. So again, all of these technologies came out of science fiction. You see, this is the first Motorola, this is the first Star Trek prototype. So we tried, my company, I decided to start and to test my hypothesis about science fiction leading scientific development by trying to find a place in the world where both of them are almost negligible. Right? And I'm not talking, it wasn't actually Saudi Arabia, it's more Arabia. So Arabia in total, okay, the amount of science fiction consumption of local science fiction was very minimal. And the number of patents that we, as total Arabia, register, if we divide it by the total population, is very minimal compared to anywhere else. So we tried to start by publishing Arabian science fiction. We developed our company as a publishing house, as a content house, but no publisher in Arabia would touch any of our work because they thought no one in his right mind would ever touch this. Right. So I like to look at science fiction or speculative fiction more as a tool of vision. So if we imagine that humanity is this large group of people lost in a desert that is dark, moonless night. Now, how is humanity going to start moving? Technically nowhere, right? You're just going to, because it's dark, you wouldn't risk moving away from where you are safe right now. Now, if one person turns on a flashlight, points it towards the direction, where do you think this group of people are going to start walking? Towards the light, right? But that might not be the best path, right? But that's the only path lit. Now, the more people in that group starting pulling out their flashlights, pointing it towards their own point of view, as you said, every culture has its own point of view, the more flashlights are pointed towards more points of view, the more options humanity has to move forward. So, and to me, science fiction is that. It's showing humanity all the paths that we can move forward rather than being stuck to one path that might or might not be the best path for us to walk through. So science fiction to me is a lab of the thought experiment. Now, when we talk about education, okay, and when we talk about especially science, okay, we always have, for almost every scientific subject, there's a lab, right? And there are things that you can't do in a lab, even no matter how much funding you have, right? And science fiction enables, if you give that tool to students, it enables them to create those labs of thought in their heads. It enables them to do experiments, okay, whether it's social experiments, whether it's physical experiments. I mean, most of Einstein's theories were done through thought experiments, not through laboratory experiments. Right? And to an extent, this is another part where I think everyone who came before me had something, for me at least, I disagree with. Everybody was talking about science fiction as if it is something related to technology. But science fiction is not related to technology. It's related to all sorts of science, whether it's human sciences, technological sciences, and I'll give examples of that later. So, for me, the best way of learning always, okay, is experimentation. When a student does an experiment, it fails, it blows up in his face, he'll never forget that mistake. And the process of that experiment makes that knowledge very solid. That's why, for me, science fiction, through teaching students thought experimentation, really solidifies their understanding of the subject matter that you are teaching them. So I'll go quickly here about my company, and then I'll jump into something at the end. So يتخيلون, which again, I'm just giving it as an example to show how science fiction does evolve. You were talking about looking at us from the other, right? So our first novel, which is this, Hawjan. The video doesn't work. Okay, so our first novel, Hawjan, was basically about the other. So Hawjan was, we all here as Muslims believe in jinn, but the stories we have about jinn have always been about us talking about jinn, and therefore we usually are pretty scared of them because they're the unknown. In Hawjan, we flipped that narrative. The first chapter of Hawjan says, our house is haunted by humans. Okay, so it flips the narrative. It makes you go. It makes you look at how do jinn see us, and how they are terrified of us, not the other way around. Right? So that is our most successful novel, just released last week as a movie, first Saudi fantasy movie. It's in all cinemas across Saudi Arabia right now. Now, science fiction is not just about the storytelling. It's not just about the connection to the story. The amazing thing about science fiction is the connection, the physical connection people have with this imagination. So usually, if I talk about, for example, the Avengers or Spider-Man, you'll find there's action figures, there's backpacks, because people love to physically connect. And yes, it is imaginative, but they want to connect with this. And when they connect with it, they interact more and they build upon it. And we wanted to do that when we do science fiction in Arabia. I didn't just want to tell stories. I want people to start connecting with us. And the community just blew up because no one else was giving them content for this generation. They started, the moment we started producing our content, there has been a culture that came around it. So people started developing their own content around our work. Now, when we did that, we also wanted to push our culture, not just develop science fiction within Arabia, but we wanted to expose our culture to the rest of the world through science fiction. Just like everyone knows Batman, just like everyone knows Spider-Man, just like everyone knows New York, Everyone knows Tokyo. Through this entertainment, through science fiction, we wanted to show the world who we are, what our culture is about. So we translated, one of the first things we did immediately after we published our novel, although it was still not successful, we immediately translated it to English. And we started going to international conferences about science fiction. Some of the world's top writers started reading our novels, giving us the best reviews online, and really and a lot of people from outside started understanding more our culture. Hawjan, the entire novel is set up in Jeddah. Okay, it talks about Jeddah alleys, it talks about how people in Jeddah interact, how they interact with each other, how they think, and how we see the world. So we got a lot of reviews. Then, but this, you might say, you might not consider it science fiction. You'll say this is more fantasy because we're talking about jinn. But jinn for us Muslims is a reality. It's not fantasy. Okay. Therefore, we tried in Hawjan, in the novel, to make it science fiction in a sense. How can I explain the existence of jinn through science that we know? Of course, this is going to be speculative, okay? But it's using bases of science that we know to try to explain jinn, to try to explain maybe a second dimension based on physics that exists, how this second dimension would be energetic and will be built on energy, and how it could interact with ours. This is an assortment of some of our novels. Then again, we said we want people to interact physically, so we started creating physical objects. Although we just published novels that were written, not even graphical, but we started building physical objects to connect people to our material. This is our movie Hawjan that just been released, and again, as part of the physical manifestation and as a publishing house, we created the action figures for Hawjan that are also combined as a book holder. So another example, which a lot of people don't consider as science fiction, but it actually in literature is categorized as science fiction, is alternate history. My novel, Yaqtiniya, is an alternate history novel. Anyone here knows what alternate history is? Okay, one, good. So alternate history is where you go and explore what would have changed if we change a very small event in history. So in Yaqtiniya, I changed the events of the fall of Granada. I wanted to explore what would the world look like had the Andalusian culture survived the Spanish Inquisition. Now, why I bring this up as an example? Because, for example, a lot of students, how many here enjoy history when they go to history class? Okay. I'm talking about history class, not reading about history generally. But again, what, 5 people, 6 people, 7? Most of us resent going to history class, right? And a huge part of that is because most of us don't know why we're studying history in the first place. Most of us don't understand why they're feeding us all of this information of dates, names, events, battles. But with alternate history, if you go into a history class, let's say today is our class about the foundation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, right? If you just ask the students, I want you to build a story about what would have happened had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia not been founded on that year. How would the world look like? How would Arabia look like? By them, to answer that question, these students are going to have to go dig and figure out what actually happened, and then what would have happened if we change these narratives. That would make them fully understand the material that they're studying, because for him to be able to give you the story, and he's going to be excited because you're asking him as a teacher to come back and tell you a story. So he's going to have to understand his material. But each one of them is going to understand it in a very different way, and is going to hold on to a very different aspect of the foundation of the kingdom. By doing so, you get them excited about the topic, you get them really invested in it, and now they understand it fully. And that is the power of science fiction, is when you give the students the option to think about what if, they would go into that material, and history in most people's minds is not science, right? At least students. I know that scholars of history understand that history is a science. But then once they do that, the students themselves understand what history is. Because history is basically, is just like physics, is understanding the mechanics of how things work. History is looking at what if something is done, how the chain of events will happen, how each event is going to cause the next, just like studying physics. So by doing this, by using science fiction concepts, by asking students to look at what if, you would get them engaged into the material, you'll get them understand the material much more and much in-depth look than what would happen through just normal narration. Okay, so another, sorry. So again, one other thing we did in our company, because our objective was to push scientific development through science fiction. We started, but unfortunately never got the support enough to sustain it. We started a award, which is the Science to Reality, Science Fiction to Reality Prize, is where we give out prizes for people to actually, we pick a certain technology in a science fiction novel, that does not exist, and then we award, we put an award for anyone who can get it to reality. Now, maybe no one would ever get it 100%, but the closer they get, the higher their prize would be. And we had several examples from my novel, Yaqtiniya, which looked at very different technologies had history changed, and then we asked people if they can develop those technologies and make them operate. So would this change the world? If we push people to actually start thinking about science fiction and then asking them, what if we can actually make it true? Can we change in 20 years? Can we now, rather than science fiction being a force of nature that just happens every 20 years and it just enforces itself, what if we start controlling it? Can we actually control the destiny and how we move forward? Right. And imagine if every culture on the planet starts participating in this. If everyone pushes forward their own point of view, so that now, rather than, to an extent, we're built on two main narratives, the American science fiction narrative and the Japanese science fiction narrative, and we just have two directions we can go through, more or less. What if we had 100? What if every culture really started? What if we just not just nurtured them, but actually exposed all of these narratives to the world? What kind of a future would we have? Thank you very much.
Now we will start our discussion panel session. The title of this session is The Science Fiction and the Future of Learning. I would like to welcome the discussion panel moderator, Dr. Aidil Ilahi. Dr. Aidil Ilahi Rajput is an assistant professor and CTO at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He has extensive experience in the field of information technology and has held leadership positions in academic and research institutions. He is also a member of the Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee Distinguished Visitor Program of the IEEE Computer Society. Dr. Aidil Ilahi Rajput is renowned in his field and actively participates in conferences and events, discussing the latest developments in it and related fields. Please welcome Dr. Aidil Ilahi.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you. I would like to invite the venerable guests at this location, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sohail. I would request him to come to the stage for the discussion. Professor Al-Hadi, Dr. Mazhar Bari, and Dr. Areem Turki. So, فليتفضلوا مشكورا. And Engineer Yasir Bahjat, please. هذا السلام، تفضل معليك. So before we start, please allow me to introduce Dr. Areem Turki. She is the Senior General Manager and the PMO head currently, and she has been a social entrepreneur since 2012, and she has been a STEM advocate for 15 years, and her interests are in information technology, governance, and running digital enablement. So welcome the rest of the esteemed guests we have already introduced. So without further ado, I would like to ask the question. So Your Excellency, I'll start with you. You have been in charge of CAXT, and then you were the Minister of Communication and Technology in the Kingdom. And before that, you got a computer science PhD in 1979 from such a great university when people did not even know computers existed. And you have seen a lot going on in the field of technology, and it must seem like a science fiction to you. So how did you see the kingdom embark on such a huge modernization program scientifically in your tenure?
Thank you very much. Well, thanks. As you describe it, I have seen a lot, but I wish I have seen more. Yeah, there is a lot to see. As far as I can see, the kingdom has made really great strides in many topics, including the topics we have been talking about. And this is not a theoretical premise, it's real. If you look at publications in these areas, in well-respected journals like Science and Nature, you see Saudi Arabia has done significant steps forward. I remember when I was at CAXT, we really were pushing to publish in Nature and Science to be the leaders in the region. And I'm very happy to say that at the time I left CAXT, 2015, Saudi Arabia was competing with Turkey and Iran in publications. So this is an indication that we'll be catching up. Now, on the other side, Vision 2030, as I see it, has changed the scene of science and technology dramatically. In the past, we had our universities, and they did a great job. We had CAXT, and I cannot comment on performance of CAXT. Now, the Vision 2030 looked at restructuring the R&D scene in the country and adding governance elements to it. So you probably know that we have now the so-called Research and Development Authority, RDA. This is, let's say, a body headed by His Highness the Crown Prince to regulate and pinpoint areas where we should direct our efforts, including our money. I can see in the past we had a few plans. CAPS had its plans, university has its plans, but these plans were not integrated. RDA will work on integrating the plans and directing it to be more effective than it has ever been. So I hope this gives you an idea.
Yes, it does. And on governance, I'll later on ask Dr. Areem further. But Professor Al-Hadi, you are considered an expert in neurocomputing and modeling the human brain and scientific visualization, and you actually talked about creative thinking. one of the questions, and we heard somebody comment that, robots can never replace humans. But the question is, with so much technology coming on, can actually robots start becoming creative? And by robots, I mean AI and computing in general. Can they actually become creative and coming up with new ideas?
Yeah, I mean, the technology actually is there to make them creative. I mean, by creative, I would say you're talking about things that would think for themselves and find solutions and then find better solutions than the first solutions and things like that. Yeah, the technology is available. Who is doing it now? I mean, you can see it even in driverless cars now. Okay, you can see it. There used to be, for example, mechanical elements in driverless cars. Now, even those have been removed. For example, steering by wire. Okay, braking by wire. In other words, there are no mechanical linkages whatsoever. Cars can, for example, go from A to B and learn better paths, and learn the behavior of people in some junctions. So they do, up to a certain point, obviously. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, which gives me a segue into what I wanted to ask Professor Bari. You mentioned neuromorphic chips and so on and so forth. How worried should we be? Because we're talking about self-driving cars, people worry about the aspect of losing jobs, what kind of jobs will be available, students in the future. Now you're saying that you're modeling the human brain. And another thing you mentioned in quantum computing, one of the main features of quantum computing is they can solve problems that cannot be solved. So for example, ethical hacking, the hacking cannot be not so ethical. So how worried should we be in our society?
Well, there's two ways to look at this, right? It's binary, very worried and not worried. So I think as a society, if we want to be not worried, then we need to get involved. We need to contribute and create and shape it, right? So I told you all these technologies depend fundamentally on algorithms, and behind algorithms is ethics, and behind ethics is philosophy, right? So if we believe in our ethics, our philosophy, and who we are, right, then we have nothing to fear, I believe. However, if we're importing it from other places with a different ethics and different morality, then we should be very afraid, because they have their own way of doing things which may not be linked to our reality. So it's different realities. So there's a risk if we do nothing. So the biggest risk is if we do nothing, so therefore we should do something. We should interact, engage, and develop these algorithms. The algorithms don't have to be written only in California and China or India. They should be written here too, right? And this is the thing. So if we can do that, then I'm more hopeful. But if we don't, then I'm very scared.
Thank you. So this, Your Excellency, I'll ask you a follow-up question on this. I'll ask you a follow-up question on what he said. As the government, you have seen being part of the government efforts in so many things. How do you see our students or students in Kingdom actually taking a leadership role, as Professor Bari said? Do you foresee this in science and technology? Currently, we are following, as they say, but Professor Bari touched upon taking a leadership role.
Yeah. Well, one thing, I have always been an optimist. And my optimism is not really fictitious. I have seen quite a number of Saudi students doing really wonderful job, mostly in medicine, as I could see it from CAC's days, and then in mathematics. In computing, you may remember some researchers and students at CACST built the first supercomputer let's say in the region. It was rated very high, but a lot of people caught up with it. Now we're not rated that high. Students in Saudi Arabia have an advantage because ethics is very important to them. I don't degrade ethics of other people, but because of their upbringing, their religion, and this ethics really can help a great deal in building the students up. So to sum it up, I'm optimist.
So I just want to add something on that. I believe, as you rightfully said, that to be more comfortable, you need to contribute and to make sure that what's happening is within the code of ethics that you have. But I think the area where we lack, because we always talk about technology as technology, in my mind here as a Saudi, as a Muslim, what does ethics mean? Or how do you quantify ethics? The way we quantify ethics is fiqh. Right? And right now, unfortunately, the schools of religion, مدارس الفقهية عندنا في الجامعات, they are not exploring the fiqh of AI, for example. They're not exploring the fiqh of regenerative meat. They're not exploring the fiqh of a lot of these new technologies. And this is where then the problem then, even our students who might have a high code of ethics, because they can't find the proper reference to that ethics, they are still being influenced by the code of ethics that are outside of the people who started leading this technology. So I think an important area which I'm not going to say we're lacking, but we are not putting enough resources in, is developing that framework of ethics and developing that framework of fiqh for all of these advanced technologies. And that's another area where I think science fiction can work. In my novel, Yaqtinia, the people in that universe figured out how to speak to animals, right? And they took the knowledge that King Solomon had and started learning this. And then I developed a kind of fiqh around it, because now if everybody can speak to animals, we need a new set of ethics of how to deal with animals than the one we have today. To an extent, it was a reflection of what we're talking about AI. Now, because we have intelligent, quote unquote, machines, we need to have a new set of fiqh to deal with it. Of course, we need to address a couple of other things, is what is intelligence and what is creativity, to figure out if AI can achieve it. And I think with quantum computing, that might happen.
Sure, I think the point you raise is very important. I think we need to revisit the foundation of how to reintroduce this back into the education system. And I think there are many different elements, not only religious, but also philosophical as well. Because philosophy is very important. It's a basis for all knowledge, right? And if we don't, we need to have this critical thinking. Actually, at the end of the day, it's about critical thinking, right? Today, I'm very confident that we could use a large language model and develop a digital imam to answer any question. I think that's very possible, because they can consume vast amounts of knowledge, and you ask any question, they'll give you an answer, right? So I think we can use these tools, but I think I agree with you. We fundamentally need to upgrade the ethics in the whole system, because as we see, this is really the true strength. The technology is just tools, but how you program it is what's important.
Thank you. So one question for Engineer Yasser I wanted to ask. I mean, you mentioned a lot of movies, Star Wars, everybody else did. We talked about Dick Tracy and New York Times actually introducing self-driving cars in 1964. Nobody touched upon the Bond movies, James Bond movies, and Ian Fleming, because most of the gadgets we saw, we now see them in reality. But the challenge we face is when we talk about students from STEM, science, engineering, mathematics, usually they're poor writers or they're very left-brained and they complain about not having the creativity to write. You have a rare quality of writing fiction and being an engineer. What is the line? How do you define the line? Or is it a very thin line between literature and science fiction?
No, I don't think there's a line. I don't fully prescribe to this entire left brain, right brain thing, because we all have both halves of the brain. I don't think there are any students that just have the left half or just have the right half. I think it's about excitement to actually do this. I think a lot of students might think that, oh, this crazy idea that I have, if I put it out there, people are going to laugh at me, right? I mean, even in science fiction, there are grades of science fiction. There's hard science fiction, and then there's soft, and there's in between. hard science fiction is, I'm reading science fiction novels where half of the novel is literally chemical and mathematical formulas. They keep solving formulas mathematically inside the novel to sort of, so to that extent there are people, and I enjoy this kind of writing. So you might say the writer there is very left half, but I don't think setting up that there's a limit of how creative, that you're creative or not, or that you're linguistically creative or not. I think what students should be encouraged to do is, if you have an idea that you think is worthy of coming out, that you'd let it out. And a lot of people come to me and is like, how do I start writing? Or why can I start writing? How did you start writing as an engineer? And I usually describe it in a very kind of metaphorical way. I think that basically writing, don't write unless you have something in your head that is fighting to come out, right? Now, so then the next question is, how do I get something in my head that is fighting to come out? And I tell them, imagine it as a dinosaur egg. So first you need to find that egg. You need to find which species of dinosaur you want to implant in your brain. You need to take care of it until it hatches and start feeding it. What do I mean by start feeding it is start asking more questions about the idea and start exploring and researching more answers or hypothetical answers about the idea. And keep feeding it until it gets to a point where it is too strong for you to keep in your head. And then it's just going to come out and it's going to flow. And never say, well, is this worthy of publishing? Are people going to enjoy this? If you're writing for anyone other than yourself, don't write. And that's, I think, gets to a point where we need to teach people self-confidence and self-sufficiency. That's enough that you're enjoying this to do it. Whether it's writing, whether it's doing an experiment in the lab, whether it's trying to fly a drone, if just you, if the thing you want to do, you think you're the only one who's enjoying it, that's enough for you to start creating. And since you enjoy it, there's 7 billion people on the planet. I'm sure someone else is going to enjoy it as well.
They taught us, as I believe there should be a balance between the right brain and the left brain. For example, if you know something or you have a very creative idea, but you don't know how to communicate it. I think this is something that you mentioned about the personalized education, and this is actually something we need to focus on education and how to express our ideas. Maybe there's a brilliant student there, but they don't know how to present or communicate their ideas, create a very futuristic idea. This is something that we need actually to focus on.
Just to build on that, to me, I agree, but I think there's other methods. Like again, if you don't know how something physically works, you can go into the lab and you don't need to know exactly how it works. You can just keep on experiment until it works. And I think linguistically it's the same thing. Students should be encouraged, even if he didn't find the resources to actually learn, that he actually writes it out. Someone is going to critique him and he should have thick skin. Takes that critique and then, okay, how can I improve it? Until he fixes it, just like he fixes a physical experiment.
Yeah, it's something like the entrepreneurial mindset. So you have to start with the MVP and then build it up until it becomes a real product. And this should be actually taught in the schools.
So this morning I walked around the hall and I was really impressed with the students and the ideas, how they were able to articulate very complex things. Very impressive. So really well done to all the students this morning who had stuff, and I had some really good discussions. Probably the best discussions I've had for a long time with some people outside.
Thank you. So, Dr. Areem, let me ask you a question if you won't mind. You are from the industry side of the world and you are actually seeing all these technologies. Professor Bari mentioned about the large language models, ChatGPT, etc., etc. There's an ethical aspect to it, and then there's a legal aspect to it. In the industry, how do you conduct the governance of these technologies? I mean, do you allow this to be used by your employees, knowing that you might have public data at your disposal?
Yes, since I'm working in a company that governed by the regulatory SAMA, mainly the central bank. So we have to introduce technology and enable technology in the financial sector, but at the same time, we have to follow the NCA and the National Authority Cybersecurity rules. So some of them, actually, they are hindering us from developing, but we have to put a control, because there are a lot of things that can went wrong, especially that we are handling personal data and financial data, which is very controlled here in the kingdom. But we developed a lot of like a workaround to make sure that there are minimum governance is there, in addition to the cybersecurity control available. But there is also like an ethical and like a social fairness of, for example, when I was implementing some of the RBA that will be replacing some of the financial, processes and cows, there was a lot of fear from the finance team that you are going to replace us or fire some of the employees and bring some new technology. So as mentioned by Dr. We need to make sure that there is, these things will assist the employees. It will not be actually replacing them. We need to have it from a different perspective when we introduce them.
So I might have a quick question for Prof. Bari here. I'll go back in science fiction. In 2002, there was a movie called Minority Report. I don't know if you remember seeing it. The idea was that, you know, there are these chips where law enforcement agencies can predict what the human is thinking, and before they even commit a crime, they are going to arrest him. So how far are we from this?
I would say it's already here. So when you go on social media, when you're interacting with all these programs, they've built a profile of you. So people know more about you than you can even imagine, right? So I would say if you're looking at that data, probably we're not there yet, but you could get hints or ideas of what may happen. Now, of course, over time, that will improve, but that's where data privacy and regulations comes in, right? I mean, how we share. And is it safe to share, right? So I think this is a big issue and a big challenge. I think none of us want to be at that point. And again, we can get there if we don't put the safeguards around it, or if we don't make an alternative, right? So there are now search engines available which don't record your search history, for example, right? They're not as popular as Google, but they're there. So I think people are beginning to think like this. So really, I mean, I think the technology is already out there doing a lot of this stuff. And whether it can predict whether you will kill your wife or not, I'm not sure.
As a science fiction buff, I'd want to add on that. There's a TV show that came later. It's called Person of Interest, which is actually built on collecting all the data that actually exists. Okay, so Minority Report was a more fantastical, because it wasn't using social data, it was using like people who can see the future. But Person of Interest was actually using all the data that is out there, including all camera feeds from every camera that is connected to the network, for it to predict that there's a crime going to happen, and it gives out a name of someone involved with that crime. And I think we're much closer to that reality than most people think. I think we actually are there, where technically, if someone had access to all the data out there, okay, they can actually predict something like that easily.
Thank you. Because see, my idea is he mentioned neuromorphic chips along with the LLMs and the big data. So you combine that together, I mean, I don't know how big of a regulatory challenge will it be. But talking about regulatory challenges, His Excellency mentioned about the RDA authority. There are other authorities that have come into being, NC, the National Cybersecurity Authority, the Big Data Authority, and the AI Authority, and so on and so forth. So, Your Excellency, if you would allow me to ask you a question, Dr. Reem mentioned that these things can hinder things in a certain way, and at the same time, they're necessary from a government perspective. How do you strike a balance between putting too much regulation and letting people actually continue in their creative ways?
I have a problem hearing. How do we strike a balance?
Between too much regulations, so you have now too many regulatory authorities, يعني هيئة شو اسمه الأمن السيبراني, هيئة البيانات الضخمة, and they're putting regulations, right? They're putting too much regulations, and she mentioned SAMA has its own regulations, which is kind of, some people think, hindering from creative solutions. Where do you strike a balance between creativity and too much regulation?
How do you get rid of the dead weight? How do you get rid of the
Okay,
dead
that's,
weight? Dead weight, yeah.
He got to the question. Which was
Before I
trying to ask
answer,
you.
I will go back to your earlier question about the level of Saudi students. I hate to give things without solid numbers. Now I remember a good topic on the numbers. If you look at the Saudi students' performance in international competitions, and if you look at the gifted institute students, males and females, their performance in the last 10 years has shot up dramatically. And I know, for example, closely the mathematics. Now, our students are competing very well in the mathematics topic in the high school and college. They're competing with people who already were. So just to cover the gap I missed. Now, the gap between regulations and innovation.
And yes.
Yeah. Well, regulation is definitely a necessary evil. Yeah. And I was a regulator part of my life as a regulator of telecom, and I was hated by the telecom companies. But eventually, the end users of telephone and other IT services were happy, and this is that. So define what are the regulations that are harmful and keep away from them. This is the bad gateways. Now new regulations are coming into effect about AI. My initial feeling is they're not really good because they will hamper innovation. To strike the balance between innovation and the regulation, I think you should let innovation swim at its own pace, and you should watch it from afar. And when there are a few harmful effects, then you can interfere. But don't kill innovation because of gateways. This is my view as an academic, but I know there are some people in the government who do not share this view. They want regulations first. This proved to be an impediment to progress. This is hopefully it answers your question.
Prof. Al-Hadi, just a quick question on that. There are many technologies in neurocomputing that you have worked on. One of them is visual light communication. How do you see that advancing and making science on? But now, just like in the old days when we used the spectrum sensing and so on and so forth, and optimizing the spectrum, can VLC become a reality very soon?
Yeah, from the perspective of application, or if you want to be rigorous, still the distance it does not warrant it to be used at a large scale. However, there's some applications, for example, for vehicular communications. It can be very, because vehicles have lights. Usually there is one car after the other one. So it's easy to propagate signal across. You can also, there is an effort now on a theory to add data technology like radio, cognitive radio. In other words, as the signal propagates, it gets smarter and it changes characteristics as it moves through the air. You can envision it's like you throw an arrow that at one it starts being steel and then it becomes wooden and then just to combat whatever comes. So there are a lot of theoretical foundation, but the distance is not yet. Yeah, it's good for some applications. for us in our lab, we're trying that underwater for sea creature detection.
Thank you. So I'm almost out of time. This is an amazing discussion, but Dr. Raneem, I would like to end this with you. You have been a social entrepreneur since 2012. How do you see the effect of science fiction, these technologies on society? Have you seen a drastic change, gradual change? How do you see life in Saudi Arabia specifically and in general, globally, how society have advanced based on these?
In entrepreneurship, there is a tremendous, move towards, mashallah, in Saudi Arabia. For example, my social entrepreneurship is very relative to the topic. It is actually tackling one of the major issues in the community, in Arab community, in the deaf community, the hearing disability, using the facial recognition. So creating the database, the big data, to recognize the sign gesture, Arabic sign gesture, and then translate it to voice in Arabic. I'm working with different scholars from Prince Imam in Riyadh University to develop this, and it was developed along the year, and alhamdulillah, it's getting developed, but we need to have a lot of data. We are recognizing and the gesture from the deaf, we have a deaf community, we need to do a lot of research, but it's alhamdulillah moving a lot fast now, especially in this area. We have a lot of AI tools, Open GPT, and many tools that is providing a help to us in developing this. So there's a lot of, mashallah, fintech as well. Application has been in the market, and they are, mashallah, generating a lot of revenue and creating a lot of actually investment from even the student, from all the community.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I wish I could spend a little bit more time with such excellent brains and help our students, but I think it's 1 o'clock, so we'll try to stick to the schedule and catch up on the time that was lost. Thank you so much to all of you and to Your Royal Highness for the patronage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Eid El-Ilahi, for moderating this interesting session, and thank you to all the valued members. And now it's our pleasure to leave you with an entertainment session delivered by the stand-up comedian, Mr. Mahmoud Adri. Please welcome Mr. Mahmoud Adri, everyone.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أول حاجة متشرف بدعوة جامعة عفت ليا النهاردة علشان أكون معاكم في الإيفنت ده. وأنا عارف أنتم من الصباح وأنتم قاعدين بتسمعوا كل الشخصيات المحترمة اللي كانت موجودة، فهستأذنكم بس تحية ليهم كلهم. بعد إذنكم. شكرا لجامعة عفت، شكرا للدكتورة هيفا ان هي وافقت ان انا اجي النهارده. شكرا للدكتوره بسنت ان هي رشحتني ان اجي، وشكرا للدكتور محمد خليل برضو لانه هو اللي اكد على حضوري. يعني بيتعاملوا معاه هنا كأنه مدير أعمال الصراحة. مش عارف أبدأ منين الصراحة، بس هدخل في أهم حاجة. أنا عارف إن النهاردة مش عيد الأم، بس دايما الست اللي هي الجزء المهم في المجتمع محتاجين نتكلم عنها شوية. ففي عندي بس سؤال، يعني مش عارف ليه احنا بنستحي منه. يعني لما حد يقول لي اسم امك ايه او اسم والدتك ايه، دايما الناس بتخاف منه. انا مش عارف ليه. مع ان يعني اسم الاب هو اللي ظاهر في كل حاجة وكل الاوراق الرسمية، مع ان الاب ما بيعملش حاجة لوحده. الاب ما بيربيش لوحده. الاب ما بيتكاثرش ذاتيا على فكرة خالص. فالام لازم نعتز باسمها زي ما بنعتز باسم الوطن. فتحية لكل ام، والله يرحم كل ام توفى. انا ما بتكسفش ان انا اقول اسم امي الصراحه. انا بفتخر بامي جدا. انا امي اسمها امل، وهي فعليا اسم على مسمى الصراحه يعني. شكرا. هي اسم على مسمى. هي صبرت والله. الستات بيستحملوا كتير قوي والله، يعني بيشوفوا حاجات غريبه. طفل عنده 3 سنين زي طفل عنده 33 سنه، كلهم اشقياء وكلهم بيعملوا حركات غريبه الصراحه. انا يعني من اهم المواقف اللي ليا مع امي ان امي صبوره علينا بزياده، لان الصراحه انا كنت بخاف فبكذب، وهي ما كانش قصدها تخوفنا. يعني هي بس كانت طريقتها في الاسلوب بيخوف شويه. يعني مثلا لو قاعدين بناكل واتبقى مني شويه اكل، فهي تقول لي كمل اكلك بس على طريقتها هي. فتخيل ان احنا قاعدين مثلا بناكل رز ودجاج، واتبقى منك ورك دجاجة مشوية مع شوية رز، فتقول لك بطريقتها كمل أكلك يا ابني بدل ما يجري وراك يوم القيامة. المشهد مرعب. يعني تخيل كده ورك فرخة وشوية رز بيجري وراك يوم القيامة. رعب والله، رعب رعب. ودايما كده ما تلاقيك مكتئب تنصحك تقول لك تبات نار تصبح رماد. خلاص يا ماما هتولعي فينا كلنا، خلاص هنولع. انتوا معانا ولا؟ اوكي. احنا عندنا زمان طريقة التعليم شوية كانت صعبة. الثانوية العامة خصوصا كانت صعبة قوي، بالاخص في مصر. فكانوا بيدرسونا يا ادبي يا علمي. اعتقد هنا في كمان ادبي وعلمي، صح؟ فانا كنت ادبي، مع اني ما كنتش عايز لا ادبي ولا علم. انا كنت عايز فنون جميله. فدخلت ادبي علشان اهرب من الرياضيات. فدخلت اخدت عربي ونصوص ونثر ونحو ولغه انجليزيه اولى ولغه انجليزيه تانية اللي هي الالماني، وتاريخ، واخدت رياضيات برضو. طب انا هربان من الرياضيات، مديني رياضيات ليه؟ وهربان من الفيزياء. الفيزياء ليه الفيزياء؟ يعني اينشتاين عايش عمره كله بيدور في نظريه النسبيه، سايب شعره وشنبه وما بيحلقش اي حاجه في شعره، قاعد بيدور في نظريه النسبيه. واحنا شويه شباب عندنا 14 سنه 15 سنه ويقول لك احفظ عشان اختبرك فيها. كتير عليا كتير. انا مش اي والله، انا مش روبوت، ما اقدرش اخد كل المعلومات دي. وليه كنت بهرب من الرياضيات؟ انا فاكر ان واحنا صغيرين اخويا كان اكبر مني في سنه، فكان ابويا يحب يذاكر له الرياضيات قوي. يعني بابا كيف الرياضيات كأنه فيثاغورس الصراحة. فكان بيدرسوا نظرية هو اسمه فيثاغورس ولا ولا اسمه فيثاغورس ولا فيثاغورث ولا فيثاغورس اسمه صعب. يعني اسمه صعب، ما بالك من النظرية بتاعته. قعد 12 ساعة يعرفه، يا ابني ركز، فيثاغورث فيثاغورس فيثاغورث. فانا ابتديت من اعدادي وانا بدرس نظريه النسبيه. سرعه ضرب القلم، كم قلم في الدقيقه، فاهم؟ في ثغرث. وبعدين كنت بحسب سرعه سقوط القلم، وهل ظهر ايده هيلمس وشه قبل ما القلم يقع ولا. يعني كانت نظريه غريبه. في ثغرث نفسه ما درسهاش والله. فكانت حاجات غريبه بندرسها والله، صعبه صعبه. وما كنا بنغش بقى زمان. احنا يعني هنا دلوقتي انتوا في ناس هنا بتغش بالشات جي بي تي. كل اللي ضحكوا بيغشوا بالشات جي بي تي، كله ما شاء الله، ما فيش واحد رفع ايده، كله ده. في واحدة رفعت ايديها هنا صح؟ نزلت ايديها بسرعة ليه؟ أنا عارف إن مفيش حرامي بيبلغ عن نفسه، بس قولي لي، رفعت إيدك، قولي لي، أنت عمالة تنزلي تحت ليه؟ خلاص. يا غشاشة، أنا بحب الشيتنج جي بي تي، والله أنا بحب أغش قوي. إحنا على أيامنا ما كناش بنعمل الحاجات دي، وما كانش عندنا حتى الغش بالأوبن بوك. إحنا كنا نقعد طول الليل نكتب في ورق صغير اسمه برشام، وما نيجي الصبح واحنا رايحين نختبر يقول لك انت مذاكر، اقول له لا مبرشم. اصلا الكلمه لوحدها جريمه، اللي هو مبرشم وجاي المدرسه ولا جاي الجامعه، لا مبرشم برشام. وكان مكتوب كده بطريقه محتاج اصلا تلسكوب، يعني وانا بغش مش شايف، يعني غشاش وغبي. فانت شات جي بي تي، هفتح اللابتوب اشوف بليز جيف مي ريزلت فور ويطلع لك الاجابه وتاخديها كوبي بيست، وتلاقي كل الناس مجاوبه نفس الاجابه، لان الشات جي بي تي شويه فيه ذكاء. بس احنا مشكلتنا مش مع الذكاء الاصطناعي، احنا مشكلتنا مع الغباء الطبيعي. مفرط والله، انا اكبر نموذج من الغباء الطبيعي الصراحه. الغش، قال لك غش اوبن بوك. يعني ايه اصلا اغش اوبن بوك؟ مش المفروض الكتاب ده احنا بنقعد نقراه طول السنه عشان اختبر فيه في الاخر؟ صح يا استاذي ولا انا بكذب؟ يعني ايه اخش اختبار معايا كتاب اصلا؟ احط البرشام فين؟ مش عارف الصراحه، مش عارف، غباء. وبعدين انا ما كنتش بقى بعتمد على الشات جي بي تي، ولا مثلا اخش على جوجل اكتب اديني افضل مطعم في جده، اديني، لا كنت بعتمد على اصحابي. وده بقى الغباء الطبيعي هو ده. انا اول ما جيت هنا ما كنتش اعرف حاجه، انا نسيت اعرف عن نفسي، انا اسف. اسمي محمود قدري، ومصري، وعايش هنا بقالي 11 سنه. اوكي. امي بقالها 17 سنه متزوجه رجل سعودي، فاحنا نصنا سعوديين ونصنا مصريين. اوكي. شكرا. ده شيء يشرفني يعني. لما جيت هنا قبل ما اجي، انا خلصت الجامعه ودراستي وبعد كده جيت على هنا. كنت مفكر لما قرايبي بينزلوا من السعوديه على مصر ان السعوديين بيتكلموا مصري، وان الوطن العربي كله بيتكلم عربي والمصري ده عربي. اتاري احنا اصلا ما عندناش لغه، احنا بنبرطم كلام، بنقول كلام وخلاص. فاول ما جيت هنا سالت واحد صاحبي ممكن تاخدني تعزمني كده على مطعم حلو على ذوقك؟ قال لي عيوني. قال لي اوديك مطعم. قلت بس هاكل اكله ما اكلتهاش في حياتي. قال لي اعزمك على فول وطعميه. قلت له ياه، فول وطعميه؟ ده انا بقالي ساعتين ما اكلتش فول وطعميه. انا جاي من مصر عندي قولون من الفول والطعميه يا ابني، وديني فول وطعميه. وداني مطعم اسمه ركن جحا. قلت له كمان هتاخدني في الركن؟ يخرب بيتك، يخرب بيتك، جحا. قلت له بعدين هو جحا باع حماره ولقى كفيل وجه هنا فتح مطعم؟ والله يعني جحا اتطور قوي. فقبل ما ادخل اداني النصيحه، يا ريتني ما خدتها، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. قال لي علشان تعرف تاخد وتدي مع الناس هنا وتعرف تتكلم سعودي كده وتبقى مرتاح، خد من كلام الناس واديهم. وانا كان بقالي 3 ايام والله ما حفظتش غير كلمتين: ابغى وما في معلومه. لان انا اول ما جيت قابلني واحد تحت البيت اللي هو الحارس بتاعنا هندي، وانا عمري ما شفت واحد هندي في حياتي الا في الافلام الهندي. دخلت البجاله اشتري شويه حاجات، لقيت واحد باكستاني. انا عمري في حياتي ما شفت باكستاني ولا حتى في الافلام الهندي، والله ما اعرفش بيتكلموا ازاي. واللي ساعدني واحنا طالعين عشان يشيل الشنط كان بنجالي. اصلا يعني ايه بنجالي ده؟ ده ايه ده؟ كوكب تاني ولا دي جنسيه ولا ايه؟ ما كنتش اعرف. فتعلمت ابغى وما في معلوم. فدخلت سمعت الكلمتين، دخلت على بتاع الفول والطعمية، قلت له لو سمحت أبغى واحد فول وواحد طعمية. بتاع الفول طلع مصري وقال لي تبغى؟ وجالي واحد سعودي محترم كده ورايا بص لي قال لي تبغى؟ قلت له ايه ابغى فول وطعميه، اشمعنى انا يعني؟ اشمعنى؟ فواضح ان كلمه ابغى دي غريبه والله، غريبه. فقلت له الله يحرقك، الله يحرق اليوم اللي قلت لك اعزمني فيه على الفول والطعميه، وما ابغى اشوفك تاني والله، ما ابغى خالص. فانا قعدت 10 سنين، ما يعني المفروض ان انا كنت اتعلمت كلام سعودي بقى، احترم نفسي شويه شويه. فاحنا بنعمل العروض بتاعتنا في مكان اسمه ذا كلوب في الشلال. في حد هنا يعرف الشلال؟ نفس اللي بيغشوا في الشات جي بي تي هم. تعرفوا حاجه اسمها ذا كلوب او الكوميدي كلوب؟ 1 2 بس. اللهم صل على النبي. المكان خلاص جددوا اسمه، بقى اسمه ذا كلوب. فكان عندنا بروفا، فواقفين على الباب بره، جالي شابين سعوديين زي الورد زي الورد. فجأة قال لي وش ده هو؟ قلت له ده ذا كلوب. فبصوا لبعض كلوب وانبسطوا قوي. قلت له لا لا لا، ده حضرتك مش اللي في بالك، مش اللي في بالك خالص. قال لي طيب نبغى نشوف. قلت له طيب هو بص ممنوع، لان احنا دلوقتي بنعمل بروفات جوه والناس شغاله، فبلاش تدخل عشان ما حدش يحرجك. قلتها له بالمصري. فراح بص لي كده اهو قال لي مين ذا هو اللي يحرجني؟ قلت له الله يحرجني انا يا اخي والله، والله يعني انا اسف والله، انا اقصد يحرجك حفاظا على ماء وجهك الكريم. فانا خفت وبدا ينادي لاصحابه، وقلت بس هاكل علقه هنا ما اعرفش حد بقى. فقال لي طيب نبغى نشوف بالله تكفى. وذا كلوب هو مبسوط هو على كلمه كلوب. قلت له طيب انا هاخدك لوحدك عشان تصدقني ان هو مسرح والناس بتعمل بروفات، فبعد اذنك هتشوف وتطلع. قال لي طيب ماشي. دخلنا جوه، لقى الناس واقفين على المسرح ومشغلين اغاني ايه اليوم الحلو ده. راح قال لي كلوب. راح نادى لصاحبه يا طارق تعالى كلوب هذا، وين المشروب؟ قلت له مشروب ايه ده ايه ده؟ هجيب لك 2 برتقان دلوقتي وتروق اعصابك كده، اهدى مفيش حاجه. وطردناه وانا اتطردت معاه، كلنا اتطردنا الحمد لله. ف نرجع لامي تاني. انا بحب الست دي والله والله. قالت لي بما ان انت عايش معانا هنا، ايه رايك اجوزك واحده سعوديه؟ قلت لها يا ماما انا يعني سايب المصريه، هتديني السعوديه؟ يعني المصريه لو زعلتها بتسيبني وتروح بيت اهلها، السعوديه لو زعلتها مش هتسيبني، هترحلني انا لبيت اهلي في مصر. فليه ليه يا ماما لا عايزاني اترحل يا حبيبتي؟ فقالت لي لا لا بص انت بس انزل كلم صاحبك الغبي ده، خليه كده ايه يشوف لك حاجه حلوه، وعايزك كده بقى ايه تبقى جنتل. قلت لها حاضر. كلمت صاحبي الله يسامحه، كلمته وقلت له عمرو ممكن تيجي تساعدني بس؟ ماما عايزه تجوزني. لا سعوديه، لازم البس لبس سعودي طبعا. انت بتعرف فيه؟ انت مولود هنا وتعرف؟ اوكي ماشي. فجه قابلني وداني عند محل، انا رحت وقفت قدام المحل 5 دقايق متنح على اسم المحل. كشخه ده مقامي عندك تجيبني محل اسمه كشخه؟ عيب والله. فقال لي يا ابني كشخه، كشخه يعني جنتل كده، يعني ألاجة. قلت له طب يعني قول لي، خضتني والله. فدخل كده ولبسني وظبطني كده، فامي خدتني رحنا جبنا تورته من الدانوب، نص شوكولاته ونص خضار، وطلعنا. ابو العروسه فتح لي الباب، اهلا وسهلا اهلا وسهلا. الراجل بيتكلم مصري، الله. فهو الراجل ما شاء الله فتح لي الباب وهو كشخه، بس حقيقي كشخه ما شاء الله تبارك الله، وانا كشخه واقفه على الباب. فاللي هو قال لي انت ليه لابس توب؟ النهارده مش صلاه الجمعه. قلت له ايه الظرافه دي؟ يعني النهارده تلات صح؟ بس انا جاي يعني كده متشيك عشان يعني نليق بالمقام. بهزر معاك. اتفضل اتفضل اتفضل. دخلنا قعدنا جوه. الراجل دكتور محترم، دكتور بشري، طب بشري. فقال لي ايش عندك؟ قلت له والله انا ما عنديش حاجه. يعني انت دكتور صح؟ قلت استشاره ببلاش. فقلت له والله عندي ارق وبيجي لي صداع نصفي مزمن الصراحه، وعندي 3 فقرات في ظهري واجعيني جدا. فقال لي يا ابني وش عندك من يعني عندك ايه؟ انت جاي تتجوز بناء على ايه؟ قلت له بناء على ان امي عايزاني اتجوز بس مش اكتر يعني. فقعدنا شويه، هو عايز يتكلم مصري وانا بحاول اتكلم سعودي، واصلا كانت مقابله يعني ده لو انترفيو عمل هو هيترفض وانا هترحل برضو عادي خالص. والحمد لله ما تمتش يعني، ان شاء الله ربنا يعوض هارد لك في المره القادمه ان شاء الله. وطلع ان هو مربي بنته على الافلام المصريه القديمه، فكان كل افهاته ابيض واسود، يعني مكسوف اعيد افيه من اللي قاله الصراحه والله الصراحه. وما شاء الله مذاكر كل المسرحيات وكل الافلام. غريب والله الراجل ده غريب. في حاجه بقى عايز اقولها لكم، يعني ممكن يكون حد خد باله منها. في ناس بتقول لي ان انا شويه شبه احمد حلمي. حضرتك كنت هتقول؟ الله يخليكم. بالتاكيد كمان. بس انا ضفرت يعني، بحاول بعمل روش شويه، بحاول. هو احمد حلمي ما بيستغناش عني في افلامه الصراحه، دايما واخدني دوبلير في كل افلامه، واغلب الافيهات بتاعته انا اللي بقولها له. يعني حتى في فيلم ظرف طارق اللقطه اللي هو وقع منها بتاعت انا مش هخاف المره، انا اللي وقعت. ايوه انتوا مش مصدقيني صح؟ طيب معانا فيديو بعتهولي احمد حلمي مخصوص علشان اثبت لكم ان كلامي ده حقيقي. ممكن نشوف الفيديو؟
مساء الخير وكل سنة وانتم طيبين وراس سنة سعيد وعيد عمال سعيد. بقولها لكم في المايك علشان محمود قال لي اقولها في المايك. احب اقول ان محمود ده معرفوش وقالوا لي انه مجنون تقريبا، فمراعاة لظروفه حبيت اقول لك انه محمود معرفوش ولا عمري شفته، وبطل كل يوم تكلمني شفتك في حلمي يا حلمي، ويا ريت ما تكلمنيش تاني يا محمود.
اصلا احمد حلمي ما بيضحكش. الناس بتوع الجي بي تي حد خد باله ان الفيديو ده حقيقي؟ طيب يبقى تحية كبيرة لطلاب جامعة عفت عشان هم اللي عملوا الفيديو ده. حلو. فاليو بوينت والنبي يا دكتور الله يخليك. عشان ايه؟ خلي الشباب يفرح. طب ربع بوينت طيب. طب ريالين، كل واحد ياخد ريالين ويروح. طب كوباية شاي. مية طيب. مفيش فاليو بوينت؟ مش هتاخدوا حاجة؟ أنا هرجع أشكركم تاني، وهرجع أشكر جامعة عفت. وفي حاجة لازم أقولها على موضوع اسم الأم. يا جماعة محدش يتكسف من اسم أمه. في حد هنا بيستحي لو أنا قلت له اسم والدتك إيه يستحي يقول لي؟ في حد بيستحي؟ يا سلام كلكم ما شاء الله. يعني لو سألت أي حد اسم والدتك إيه هيقول؟ والله انتوا بنات زي العسل والله. تحية لنفسكم الأول كده الأول. لازم كل واحد فينا يعتز باسم والدته زي ما بيعتز باسم الوطن اللي هو عايش فيه أو الوطن بتاعه. لازم كل واحد يعتز بأمه لشخصها ولاسمها ولصبرها. اوكي؟ فهرجع أقول تحية كبيرة لسمو الملكة الله يرحمها الملكة عفت، إن هي حطت اسمها الشخصي على جامعة عفت. هي سابت قرد. سابت لنا قرد وسابت لنا مكان يطلع أجيال مش بس من الشابات، من الشباب كمان، خيرة المجتمع، وواثقين إن كل طالبة وكل طالب هيطلع من جامعة عفت هيكون ليه مكانة كبيرة أوي في المجتمع. فخليكم واثقين في نفسكم ومحدش يزعل مامته، ها؟ واللي بتصور لو زعلتي مامتك هتشوف الفيديو ده. احنا كنا بنتضرب في حاجات غريبة، والله كنا بنتضرب ضرب زمان، بس بنحبها ضرب الحبيب زي أكل الزبيب. يعني هي مش بتضرب غل، يعني هي بتضرب عشان تعلم. فتحية ليكم مرة تانية وشكرا ليكم، وأتمنى أكون ضيف خفيف عليكم. شكر ليكم جدا، شكرا جامعة عفت.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud, for this exciting session. And now it's my honor to invite Princess Lulu Al Faisal, Dr. Haifa Jamalilal, Dr. Murfa Shoman, and Dr. Aqila Sarirat to come onto stage to give the honorary plaques to the participants. Thank you to all of our valued keynote speakers, moderator, distinguished participants, our attendees, and surely the conference organizers. This is the end of the main session, but we will start now giving awards and plaques. We'll start with inviting His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Suwail. Professor Al-Hadi Aggon. Professor Mazhar Ali Bari. Engineer Yasser Bahjat. Dr. Reem Al-Turki. Dr. Adil Ilahi. Mr. Mahmoud Adri. I think he left already. Oh, Mahmoud. Okay, okay, and also we would like to thank our sponsors, starting with our technical sponsor, IEEE Western Region, Representing them, Mr. Engineer Ibrahim Nassar. And Nihal Yamani. Miss Nihal Yamani. They left also. Also our media sponsor, Red Sea Channel, Nisreen Al-Ghamdi. Smart Methods, Mr. Wissam Munshi. Also, we'd like we would like to welcome congratulate. Also, we'd like to thank our workshop organizers, Miss Makarim Al-Jahdali. And now we'll announce the winners in the school competition. Dr. Fida Awad will give quick introduction about the competition and announcing the winners.
Thank you, Dr. Zain. So we have in the conference Ideathon for school competition. In this competition, 71 students participate, 35 teams, 21 international and national schools, and we have 15 judges. For every poster or idea, we have at least 2 judges. For the first winner was the Indian International School. The name of the student, Naila Siddiqui, Iqra Siddiqui, and Mervin Venus. So please come to the stage. The second winner from the second winner from Alcon International School, the student Samar Ali, Rital Khatib, and the mentor Rana Shaya Ulfat Ghalib. The third winner from Darjana International School, Aya Al-Alwan, Manal Qasim, and Mayar Qumsani. So it was very competitive, and thank for all the participants. It was very hard to select the winning team because we have very nice and interesting ideas. And at the end, thank you for all the schools who participated and for all students and mentors who participated in this event. And see you, inshallah, for the next year.
خلاص also we also give a plaque to our design sponsor Miss Alaa التجارة. Thank you to all of our valued keynote speakers, moderators, our attendees, and surely the conference organizer. This is end of our main session and it's the break time. We'll start the paper presentations at 2 p.m. inshallah.
everybody in this world will use Arabic Sign Language to recite Al-Quran. And the structure is Quran has 28 Arabic, which is static. Means, for example, alif is like this, ba, ta, tha, and so on. So deaf and mute, the way they read Al-Quran, because they cannot utter words like normal people, therefore they will need to spell. For example, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, they will need to spell with the ba first, a ba. Yeah. So for Arabic Sign Language, we have static hand code, which means that we can just do one hand code, and this mean alif. On the other hand, on the right side is the example of the slide is not changing. Oh, okay. I think I can continue with the presentation. So for instance, for dynamic hand code, for Hamza, they will need to shake their hand like this. But in this paper, we are doing all 28 static code. Therefore, deaf community will be able to read Al-Quran, but we are trying to develop on the hand code alphabet too. Okay, it's under development. So what is the problem? Why do we need to have this tool that is integrated with the smart glove? That is because there are lack of educators to teach Quran in sign language. For example, in Malaysia, we have a lot of scholars that able to teach and recite Quran, but there are very lack of these teachers that know how to use the sign language. Therefore, the second problem is there's a lack of teaching aid, like tools for the deaf and mute to learn Quran, and even the existing tool, they have the lacking because most of them are focusing on the tools to communicate for the deaf and the normal people to communicate with each other, but inadequate for education purposes. Therefore, we built a solution using sensor base that is connected to our mobile app. Therefore, they can use the mobile and they need to wear a physical glove. And when they wear this physical glove, they have the flex sensor on top of each of the finger, and they connect this glove with our mobile phone using Bluetooth. And upon connection, we have adjacent file. Therefore, we have 5 fingers, and let's say this is the index finger. If they do it like this, it will be detected as 1. If they completely bend, it will be 0, and if partially bend, it will be 0.5. Therefore, when we do alif, our thumb will be 1, and the remaining of the finger will be 0, 0, 0, 0. Then the system will display that, okay, this particular user is doing a sign language for alif. There are a lot of existing applications and even papers in the literature. We reviewed 24 literature review, and most of them are using image based instead of sensor based. One thing about image based is they use the camera. When they use the camera, it has a lack of focus, means the person will need to stand in right in front of the camera. If they want to have a bigger view, then we need to install a lot of camera, which leads to high cost. Sensor, on the other hand, they will just need to buy the glove and integrate with the mobile, and the accuracy is higher. But most of the literature are doing image based because of the image processing algorithm are more matured compared to the sensor. So the first example of existing system, we call it hand talk application. And for hand talk application, it translate. Let's say we meet a deaf person and we want to communicate with them. So what we do is we type using text or voice recognition. For example, how are you? Then this hand talk application will create a sign that translate our text to the to the uh, to the video, so that they can reply. And so this hand talk application is just used to communicate, not not for education. And our second application is Quran Isyarat. And for this Quran Isyarat, it is developed by Malaysian. I'm from Malaysia, by the way. Um, they in this, right, the user can use this application to spell Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. However, it is less accurate because the Bismillah is not from the ba, but is from the B. They use the English alphabet. Therefore, for example, if the sound is slightly different. And our the third available apps is called Bright Sign. So this Bright Sign, they offer 40 languages. So let's say you are a traveler in different country, then you can install this Bright Sign. However, there's no feature that assists the Quranic recitation. So as I said that there are two main approaches, which is the vision based, which use the high expensive camera, and also sensor based. So the because of the pro and the cons that I explained earlier, we use sensor based for this research. So in our proposed, we have the system architecture where whoever would like to use this feature to read Quran, they will need to purchase a smart glove. So this smart glove, it consists of the flex sensor, and then connected to the Bluetooth. Then you need to install the application. When they install, then this glove able to change to the physical movement into digital text, where we can compare this with the JSON file in our mobile. Then the mobile app will detect what is the alphabet that the user is trying to do, and then display it. So the process flow is, the first one, for example, they are doing alif sign. It will be like this. Oh, now it's okay. Okay. So for example, this is the alif sign. Then the system will read and capture the sensor value, and it will process and transmit the captured value, and through Bluetooth connection it will escalate this to the mobile phone, where the mobile phone will compare the value, the captured value, and the JSON file. If match, then it will display the alphabet through mobile app. If not, then it will require the user to recapture it. And this was the system architecture that I explained before, through smart glove, through Bluetooth, and this is the mobile application. For the evaluation purposes, we have collaboration with the Malaysian Deaf and Mute Muslim Society, where 7 deaf individuals volunteered to participate in this testing. So we test through all 28 static alphabet, and we got 79% of accuracy. For the breakdown, the most accurate alphabet is alif, ba, ta, sa, and all this this group. Okay, and however, for ha, we have 0 accuracy, means all 7 participants, when they do the ha sign language, the system not able to detect at all. And we try to detect what is the problem, because ha, the sign language for ha is like this. Therefore, the system not able to recognize, because in our JSON file, let's say they bend one finger, here this 1 in JSON file, this is 0, this is 0.5. But for ha, they straighten all of their finger and make it small, so the system could not detect it as ha. So that's the limitation that we face. So in conclusion, the advantage of this research is the integration of the smart glove with mobile application through Bluetooth, and a specialized platform to learn and recite Al-Quran in sign language. However, the limitation is the fixed size sensory smart glove, whereby it is not fit for all participants. Some may find it very tight and some might find it very loose. And we know that there's the need to wear bulky glove attached with the sensor with other electric components, and they feel that it is not comfortable to wear it long. And for the future work, we are working on the dynamic hand code for and as for now, we have out of 9 we are able to do 4 dynamic, which is not part of this paper. And we feel that before the user acceptance test, the user evaluation, we should allow the user to be familiar with the system first. And lastly, we feel that there's a need to enhance the physical glove. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hazarina. Thank you for the presentation. And I personally think that using technology to assist in Quran and anything related to Quran is very interesting. For the audience, do you have any questions for the first session? Okay. Do you have any questions? Please. Doctor?
دقيقتين. بسم الله. احنا كده عايزين دكتور can you help me because I'm working visually on Mac. احتاج just to download or كبرها وخلاص ولا اعملها full screen لان هي مفتوحة بالبراوزر ولا لا. just full screen دكتور. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. The next presentation, the next talk will be by Dr. Mohammed Al-Amin. The paper title is Digital Twin Integration for Hydrogen Leakage Modeling and Analysis.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to my presentation. It's about digital twin integration for hydrogen leakage modeling and analysis. So the digital twins is a combination, is an integration between different approach, different main mechanisms of studying things. As you know, usually in mechanical engineering, especially in fluid mechanics, we used to do experiment, we used to do mathematical modeling for our data. Then we have some like comparison, and later on, maybe 20, 30 years ago, the CFD means the computational aspects became more efficient. And now, these days, especially the few last years, the AI grown up. And this kind of approach reached to very similar results. It's only required huge amount of data, which we can use from our stores. I mean, what data stored early by experiments, vast amount of experiment, a lot of CFD simulation, robust, accurate results. So machine learning or different approach of machine learning can use this kind of data, and we have already a third approach, which is machine learning and deep learning prediction. It is not complicated as mathematical modeling. I mean the traditional computational mathematics, but it needs, of course, robust algorithms. It needs robust mathematical modeling, but it is not in the complexity of the traditional models. And we can do the machine learning, deep learning prediction. Not also doing this, but also we can combine this together, the different approach, and nowadays it's called digital twins. Digital twins. So digital twins means combining different approach, starting from experiment, different measurement, like taking data from sensors, from experiment, any kind of data. And we have also our mathematical modeling and its own prediction, and AI machine learning, suitable to do this. For example, I will run a model to calculate, but for a certain physics, I will call or I will bring this prediction from AI. Or I have robust model I will bring from this. So the digital twin is a kind of a combination. Here is just, we have this diagram. And as you can see here, we put the digital twin or digital twins in the center, and there is a communication, many aspects as I don't know if why it's dark like this. I can't see from here. Is it clear? طيب. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have here, let's say, analysis for a physical system. We have real-time monitoring. We have two-way information, as I mentioned, from different approach. We have also first of all, actually, we start with experimental measurements or in other measurements, and we have what we call model calibration. We can calibrate mathematical models from one type of application to another. So previously, I mean, traditionally, we don't give like huge effort in like if we are switching from one case to another, which we call it analog or modeling by analog. If we have a kind of physics and we study it very well, then there is an existing model. If we have a similar physics here, but with new application, we will bring this one, do measurements, and calibrate the model, which could be faster and better way to do. So this is a very promising research direction in engineering in general, using, because as I mentioned, the library is full with models, experiment data, and nowadays AI and machine learning, and many researchers are inspired to work or to switch their direction, as we are trying to do also, their direction from the traditional work to AI, even separately working with machine learning development or injection or integration with the traditional one, which is a more interesting way to handle. For this case, we have actually a lot of examples I mentioned in our paper, like temperature distribution in turbulent jet, which is a very standard application in heating system. And also another example about reservoir simulation. I give one example like nanoparticle transport in porous media. And in general, many other cases. And as I mentioned, we have all tools. We have the experiment data, we have the traditional modeling, and nowadays we are trying to integrate and complicate this one. We will just pick an example about hydrogen leakage. And we studied this about hydrogen leakage in a building or from a source. And nowadays there is a hot research topic, which is storing hydrogen in underground depleted oil reservoir, which is huge scale, totally new, requires even new measurements, required new modeling, required AI also. So for this, we will explore the existing experimental measurements, and for this, we'll explore also the existing physics-based model, and we calibrate what we need to do, because hydrogen has its own feature. It's not. It's totally different from other gases and fluid. It has its own solid features. Also, we have to generate data sets either from the existing experiment or from what we have from robust calculation, robust modeling calculation. and this can feed to machine learning algorithms, and also the machine learning can have, as I mentioned, from numerical simulation, and there is here two-way communication between the machine learning prediction and numerical, traditional numerical simulation. For this, as I mentioned, the data acquisition is very important, and from data acquisition, we have to check carefully the physics-based model, which I just call it as traditional modeling. And here is some traditional flow type, we call jet or turbulent jet flow. It has its own mathematical model. I will skip, no time to read. This is very standard, but it requires a calibration, which we already done maybe more than 10 years ago and published this work. It was work for water and so on. So we calibrated this against experiment to have a new model for hydrogen, which was already published more than 10 years ago. And here this is injection between analytical model and the numerical one. In the time, maybe the AI has no the capability to work. And here is one or very important step in digital twin is a verification. We have to verify our model, our numerical model, and we have to check our model data against experiment data. This is one example, just one example about what we call here Reynolds stresses or turbulent Reynolds stresses, which measure the strength of turbulence. Yes, and one important step in digital twins is the dimensionless or non-dimensionalization. Non-dimensionalization means instead of looking or stuck with a certain scale or taking care about small or medium or large scale, no, we transfer our model to a non-dimensional form. Then, in this case, we'll have some or a kind of new formula in the model. This will work better and more universal, more general than the traditional, the dimensional one. Also, sensor integration. For hydrogen leakage sensors, location distribution is very important. For example, we initially locate or put our sensor in a certain places. Then when we do the simulation, we discover that we have to modify this location. So from such kind of two-way communication, we can sometimes change the places of the sensor based on our simulation and AI results. It needs also optimization. Each time we have to run optimization on a certain calculation to reach to the better results. And this is machine learning. We have just a sample of our results. I'll just show you here how the parameter correlate and the parameter tuning. It's important for the machine learning calculation. And here is also a comparison between prediction and actual results. And finally, visualization is very important. I didn't show any sample here. We have some like 3D, like real visualization, but actually it comes from calculation. It's not like animation or something. Continuous improvement also is required, is very essential in digital twin approach. Finally, we just have this small section about science fiction. Here is just a narrative about the hydrogen leakage from underground reservoir, and sensors start to or alarm people or engineer, and they call, and there is a communication, and finally they fix it. You can read from the paper the whole story of the narrative. And thank you very much, Victoria. I reached to the end of my talk because Victoria, she's very good to me. think we have to learn in general what is AI and focus on the implementation, how to implement this, understand what is machine learning, and study something. Start with like how to implement, use say Python libraries like Jupyter notebook and so on, or one approach. Study it carefully and bring data from your own work and see how to run it firstly and how to improve your results. Then you will launch, then look at how to integrate and to use this kind of, as I mentioned, digital twin. Of course, definitely. It's a huge, very, very easy. I can say that compared to other programming language, it's because it has a great library. You will not spend spend a lot of effort to learn it, and there is a lot of examples also. Examples even from your field. If you just pick one example, you will read and apply it to one language. You're welcome.
We have the third presentation. It's by Dr. Fida.
He was here.
He was here.
I will call him.
So the third presentation. If he's not here, maybe I can go to skip him until he comes. Shaykh. Until he comes. خلاص طيب. Yeah, we can start. We can skip the third one until the presenter comes. The fourth paper's presentation is by Ms. Basant and Ahmed Kamal. Okay, Doctor Fida, maybe he will be a little bit late, so we can start with this one. The presentation, the title of this paper is Statistical Analysis. Doctora, okay. Statistical Analysis for Evaluation, you can start, and Improving of Computer Science Education for Course Assessment and Education Characteristics. Doctora, you can please start.
Actually, behind this research, there is a story, and I want to tell you the story first before going through the research. Mike, now you can hear me better. Okay. So this work was done at the time when I was a quality director in Nile University in Egypt. And we wanted to, because we were researchers, so we applied our research experience on the quality assurance direction. So what happens that we wanted to know what kind of which courses or which subject grades will assess if the student is able to continue and graduate from the computer science program before he enters and spends 2-3 years and fails, and then he has to change major. So to reserve their time and to lower the retention rate. So we wanted to see which exact courses from the high school grades and the freshman year grades that will assess if the students, so that we can advise them to leave the program or continue on in the program. And actually this take us more into analyzing the program itself. Which courses associate to each other so that the prerequisites are assessed in terms of the program to enhance the program so that the dependency between the courses will be greatly defined within the prerequisites. And this was the direction to the study. Actually, Ahmed Kamal was a researcher, and he applied his statistical analysis models on the course grades and program. And we have two program directors, Dr. Wala, and she is with us today. So thank you for being here. And Dr. Hadidi for the other BMD program, and the dean, Dr. Ahmed Hassan. But this study was in 2021, and this should at that time the number of students in the school were not great. We just had one graduate in the school for CS, and the BMD was starting, so we had the oldest BMDs were in junior year. So the number of students in the same course to calculate the association between them wasn't great. So it was good for the freshman and the high school grades, but it needed to be repeated for when the student rate is higher. But actually, most of us left the school, so the study wasn't evaluated again. Okay, so this was the basic. We need to assess which courses actually is a good indicator for the students if they are will continue well in the computer science directions. So we had to do some statistical analysis, some explanatory data analysis, and I will let you know what exactly associations did we do statistically on the data to assess that. So this was actually the research model. There is a lot of slides, but I want to go through them quickly so that we'll stick to the 10 minutes time frame. So we had to validate the program. Okay, let me, so this was our goals and achievements. To first assess which high school courses are a good indicator for the students entering the CS program. Which freshman year courses, again assess the same idea, and between the courses, which courses are dependent on the other courses as previous semesters or previous years to assess the prerequisites of the program and to enhance the total program tree. Okay, so as this was done in Nile University, we had several performance indicators, and we tried to invest this as a cumulative study for as a quality unit in order to define the student performance and the course, let's say the evaluation of the course or of the tree dependency. So so this was our main goal, and these were the research questions. Will these requirements will assess the ILOs? Is it the same year between the subsequent courses will really affect the coming, which course affect which course in the tree, in the program tree, and which high school courses really affect the CS students when they enter the school. And this was our main concern, to accept or not accept based on the whole graduation grade or specific courses in the high school year. And I don't know if you know, in Egypt we have several high school diplomas or certificates. The main one was the Sanawiyya Amma, the main governmental high school certificate. And this was the major number of students had that certificate. We have the American diploma, the British IG, and the Canadian, and several diplomas. And because they are 5% or 10% of the students, and to have a unified structure for the courses offerings, so we excluded all the other diplomas and we concentrated on the ثانوية عامة for the high school grades. So this was the focus of the study. Because of the diversity of the student backgrounds, we just concentrated on the major cohort of the ثانوية عامة students. Okay, so with the hypothesis, you know, in research we do an alternative hypothesis and an initial hypothesis. The alternative hypothesis says that the courses are associated to each other. The null hypothesis says that there is no association. So we are trying to prove that the null hypothesis should fail. Okay, how we did this? We did this based on the data we collected from the high school grades for the ثانوية عامة. We had at that time 252 CS students enrolled for the 4 years. Most of them, more than half were in freshmen, because we increased the intakes of the school, and very little were in the senior and the junior years. They became now 1,000? Oh, wow, good. Fine, I did that. So the first step was to do the exploratory data analysis. And at that point, we checked the distribution, we checked the statistical summary in order to reach the correlation between the courses. For the descriptive analysis, we found that some courses, the final grade of the course, or the total grade of each student in the course, were in a linear distribution, and some of them are not. So the ones that are in linear distribution, we could do a normal linear regression model. But the ones that are not, we have another next step that we will work, and I will explain it just immediately. From there, within the distribution of the grade, as you know, you have the normal distribution should be in the middle, in the B's. But sometimes it's skewed to the A's. So most of the higher grades were in the A's, which are in some special cases, or we are trying to assess if the distribution in the school, in which direction exactly it is, and or if it's skewed to the failing, to the F's and the D's, then it will be skewed to the left or to the right. Okay, so the skewness was one of the points that need to be assessed, and so if it's positive or negative, also this was another point that need to be, if it's decreasing or increasing in direction. Okay, so the test statistics to all these two hypotheses, we were trying to see which hypotheses fail and which hypothesis proves its correctness. And we calculated the mean of the grades, the standard distribution, and the alpha of the grade, where it's something between 0 and 1, and we used the p-value as a 0.05 as an error rate, okay, for exclusion. So anything that has a p-value more than 0.05, we excluded it, because this cannot be considered as a correct correlation value. So how many courses we evaluated? We evaluated for 47 CS courses from freshman till senior, and we evaluated 12 high school courses, including the high school cumulative grade and the GPA of the student at each point. So, and any student pair-wise correlation between the courses considered had to be the same student registered in these both courses to calculate the relationship between them, because you need to have the same student as a base for the correlation between the courses, so that the level of the student would be the same. Okay. And this was the real problem in the number of candidates in between the courses was really problematic in order to find a good sized or a representative statistical representation of the school, of the program. All right, so we use the Pearson correlation coefficient for the normal distribution and for the courses that didn't have a normal distribution in their grades, we used a non-parametric analysis to validate the results. So at the end we used both of them. So if it is validated in the Pearson or in the, let's just explain, in the Spearman's correlation for the non-parametric one, if both of them or either one of them, they have a high correlation and a p-value less than 0.05, which is the error rate, then these courses are included and considered for calculating the relationship between the two courses, if they are really related and one is dependent on the other or not. And it was a big, huge Excel sheet. Okay, I didn't go through it here because it was huge. We had a lot of meetings to assess the course offerings between the in the CS program and the BMD program, to see really the prerequisites are correctly set or need to be overseen. And for the Kindle rank correlation, actually it ranks the non-parametric one, where we have a non-normal distribution, an abnormal distribution, and it ranked the grades for a correlation analysis later on. Okay, so all values that haven't been that didn't give the correct results were excluded from the analysis. Okay, actually it is a big, we ranked the courses, and you can see that it's not clear actually because the screen is vague a bit, but the most courses that were based for them was the math and the physics. For even the English course, and I don't know why, but it was a fact. And I will show you that from there we came up with the analysis of the prerequisites of the school. Okay, and from there we re-evaluated the prerequisites. And this was done for the CS and the BMD program, the biomedical science program. And you can see that we had the values of the correlation in between the courses. And did we change the prerequisites, or it was, we changed the prerequisite, right? We found that there are some prerequisites that are not set correctly, and we enhanced the program based on this kind of analysis. So then in conclusion, We found that the qualitative analysis was, and we created automatic scripts that so that they can run every semester to reassess the changes, and it was it calculated how well the performance of the CS program and its structure was quite well statistically evaluated. And we also assessed the structure of the program. We assessed which high school courses are really important for the CS students. And we even checked this for the non-CS students, and it made a difference. The experimental results showed very important consideration and significant results between that really we need to evaluate the course grades and the direction, the distribution, and to which courses need to be enhanced or looked into to enhance the classification tree. And actually the whole university later on followed our direction in this regard. So as future work, it was good if we had a higher population and redid the study, but unfortunately most of us left the school. Only Dr. Wala is there till now. And the other thing is to have a unified framework or generalized framework for any program to be assessed in the same direction. So to prove the concept and to have a common framework for, a general framework for all programs in their own tree structure or their own program structure. Any questions? Thank you. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. 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 And it was very strange that English affects the CS programming, the 2-1 watches. Yes. Mm-hmm. Ah. They need, yes. And they need to understand the different applications that they will abstract into the app program. Exactly. One more point that if we had the time we could do it is to assess the ILOs, that the courses really through the grade evaluation really get the ILOs in the direction, but you need to do a deeper factorization of the grades, so it needs more time. Yeah. Who's next?
So the next paper is titled Tiny ML: Applications, Research Challenges, and Future Research Directions by Dr. Hisham, Ridwin, and Dr. Saad. Do we have any of the presenters here? Tiny ML applications? No? So we can go to the last paper presentation. It's called Exploring the Maze. Okay, Exploring the Maze, a comparative study. Okay. دكتور نعمة دكتور طيب خلاص هذا آخر شيء دحين 3 ما جو. سألنا ask the organizers.
طب is there another one?
خلاص هذه آخر شيء. الله يعطيك العافية، شكرا لوقتكم. أنا سمعت أنكم جايين من الرياض صح؟ الله يعطيك العافية.